All right, I am your host, Crafty Andy. I mainly do art. I also make videos. I also write things and commentary and such as that. Right now I'm working on a book. Can't really say it's a kid's book anymore. I just want to say it's a book. It's a little short book. Kids will like it. Sure. I'm sure adults will like it too. Yeah. Let's just test out various mediums here. But anyways, point is, hold on. Turn your attention to the TV screen in the lower left there. You see the main channel, CraftyArts. That's where all the finished projects go. In fact, I'm going to be showcasing some shit on here. Some of the videos we made over the course of the many years now. Why not? I'm the only one that's going to whore myself out. And right now I just want to get some stickers together. And after that, I don't know, we'll probably do a little watch along. I got all night. I don't know how long I'm going to go. See. We shall see. Mainly I do horror, fantasy, furry, whatever I feel like. Digital, traditional. But I also like to have a little bit more flair when it comes to like showcasing the pieces. Or having more to say than just say, hey, look at this pretty picture I made. I figure, why not look back? Look back on the other episodes I've made over the years and cringe, reevaluate my decisions, and see how we go forward from there. I'm going to be switching cameras here because, you know, I want the stuff to be on the big screen while I get some stickers made. I have a huge art wall. I have one room that's dedicated to just having one big art wall. So, I got a bunch of stickers I want to mount on there. I don't like to just put the stickers on the wall, you know, I put them on some foam board so I can just remove and move them around as I see fit. Because why the hell not? I like this one, you know, select candidate from They Live, We're All Gonna Die, Moon from the Little Nemo video game in the works. I like the Screaming Opossum, I Want to Go Home. That just screams classic to me. Looking for trash and compliments. And I don't know what this is. Furry Cub Scout, sure. The Catholic Church loves to get a hand on this boy. Alright. Stuff I got from Origins. So yeah, I'm gonna mount those up. No need to put it on the big screen. All I'm doing is cutting foam board and pasting it on. How hard is that to follow? So I want to go over some episodes I made. This is also my debut on Kick. Some YouTubers out there, but yeah, Kick seems to be interesting as far as streaming goes, so I'll be streaming art on this channel here. And I got another channel for video games. Whenever I feel like I have time for those. Streaming helps keep me focused on things, so. Alright. Work. First episode of CraftyArts, John Muhammad. Starting off strong.
Hi everybody, Crafty Andy here, and this is
10 years will
Crafty
do to you.
Arts. where I art. And today we're going to be drawing the scumfuck Muhammad. Yes, oh yes, Muhammad. This is not the episode I intended to premiere with, but considering that 12 people died drawing Muhammad, it really drove me to do it myself. Because in the end, no one should have to fucking die over fucking cartoons. 12 people died.
Fucking cartoons.
Hey, and guess what? Back in 2005, over 200 people died over some drawings of Muhammad. So, Muhammad, the most powerful guy there is, other than Allah, you know, who's part of the creation of the universe and God's word and all that bullshit. He is so powerful that he needs a bunch of goons with guns to defend him whenever someone mocks him. Yes, that sounds like a very powerful deity to me. So I have to ask this, you know, as I get my sketch together here, get my ideas down. How much mockery is it going to take before Muhammad himself materializes before me and strikes me down for my drawing? How long is it going to take? How much mockery is it going to take? In fact, I encourage all of you to draw Muhammad with me. Do your own drawings of Muhammad. Doesn't matter what your art skill level is. Doesn't matter if you can just make stick figures.
Just stick figures?
Go on and draw Muhammad. And so, as I get my sketch together here, you can see it's starting to come to life a little more. Probably going to have to censor some of this out because, hey, this is YouTube. It's not my website. Gotta follow their rules. I'm going to describe it to you here. See, Muhammad, back in his time, he didn't have a lot of dogs or cats roaming around. He only had camels. And Muhammad loved to please the camels. So here he is sucking a camel's dick. And unfortunately for him, this camel has genital warts. And that's exactly how Muhammad died. You see, this camel was a slut. Muhammad caught the disease from the camel. And later on he died choking on his own blood and vomit. True story, true story. And as I'm fleshing this out a little more, getting my light source together and everything, let's take a look at some other Muhammad drawings that people have done. Alright, so we're going to get into some other Muhammad drawings that people have done.
As I said.
Let's dive right into it, shall we? So here we have a nice piece done in colored pencil here. And, well, speaking of pencils, looks like some of them found its way up Muhammad's butthole. So the thing is that this is really accurate because back then, the Middle East was really advanced. And they even invented the pencil. Not many people know this. What ended up happening was that Muhammad found a taste for pencils that were quite sexual. And being that the Quran is very against any kind of sexual acts, especially when it comes to the anus, Muhammad ended up banning all pencils, including all intelligence from Middle East. And as you can see here, his people were in an outrage, as depicted there. Oh no, wise, immortal Muhammad, I fear that freedom of expression will harm you. How dare you mock our most holy pedophile? And so, seeing that the pencils were mocking him, or at least they thought they were, they burned all pencils and destroyed all knowledge at all of the pencil, until hundreds of years later when it was discovered yet again. Yes. Here we have a nice piece that is done in a style of One Piece, the manga. And this does a accurate portrayal of just how endowed Muhammad really was back in his day.
Circles.
In fact, this is why he went after little girls, because they were the only ones that could feel the penetration of his penis, because they were so small compared to a full-grown woman who would wonder if an acorn got stuck in her vagina. So let's see what we have next here. Oh yes, there was a time that not many people know about where Ganon from The Legend of Zelda found his way into our reality and then took advantage of the Prophet Muhammad.
My future bride?
As you can see here, he was making his declarative statement, "Oh yeah, I'm porking Muhammad." Fortunately for Muhammad, Link did come through, kick his ass back into his reality.
Take this, Ganon!
That's why Muhammad and his people hate pork so much. Here we have a recreation of the symbol that they would put on huts and other areas where a donkey show would be taking place. And that was always a treat for the locals, is when Muhammad got there, he would grab that donkey, just just like that. That became very popular among the locals. And here we have the masterpiece. Yo, dog, I heard that you hate people drawing your prophet, so I drew a picture of your prophet, drawing your prophet from an image of your prophet, so you can hate me hating your hate while you hate. Mwah. I don't know who made this one, but my God, you are goddamn Jesus. I have to give courtesy to the Drunken Peasants channel because they started their own Draw Muhammad contest, which led to a lot of these images right here. Well, that was a lot of waste of time. Anyways, getting back to the Muhammad drawing here. See, now I'm going to incorporate this in the computer because now I can do my line work, I can make some corrections. You know, I figured not many people are going to recognize this dick as a camel's dick, so I'm going to put a little camel head there. And this is sort of a fantasy drawing in a way because the camel's going to be talking. Though back in Bible times and the Quran times, or whatever the fuck it is, animals did talk occasionally,
the fuck
so
it is.
Perhaps that's a true story too. You know, only the best for Muhammad. Hey. I don't know if you knew this, but Muhammad loved them young. He loved to be a baby diddler. When he wasn't fucking boys in the ass, he was diddling little girls. So I gotta include a lowly anime style girl in the background here, just throwing herself at Muhammad. Well, and of course she has a TNT strap around her chest because she's ready to die for this prophet. This prophet who some commented they love more than their mothers and fathers, and woe is me if only people could just understand that. And just in case some people have trouble recognizing him, I gotta include his name on his hat because let's face it, there's not many pictures of Muhammad. In fact, there's no pictures of Muhammad. In fact, according to these people, it's forbidden to draw him as if he's fucking sacred or something. So now it's time to add the color, and I love using Photoshop for color because I can make all sorts of adjustments here and there. Doesn't really matter, just have fun with it. If you're drawing your Muhammad drawing at home, doesn't matter how you color it, you can use fucking crayons for all I care. And I also wanted to emphasize on his lips a little more. I put some more detail on there because Muhammad loved to put on makeup and lipstick, and I'm just going to assume that they had this back in the Middle East at the times before he took over because, you know, back then the Middle East was, for a while, the center of intelligence and progress, until Muslim extremists and fundamentalists took over. And so here I am putting the finishing touches on my drawing. Gotta sign it, of course, and put my logo at the bottom. And voila! There you have it. There's my finished drawing of Muhammad. I think the full title of this should be called Muhammad Sucks a Camel's Dick That Has Genital Warts While Bombs of Irony Fall from the Sky and a Lowly Anime Girl Throws Herself to the Wind.
Perfect.
Or a shorter title, I guess, would be Muhammad Prophets. So let me know what you think of this. Do you like it? Do you think it could be better in some ways? Do you have your own drawings you'd like to share with me and have me critique, whether it's Muhammad or other things? Be sure to send it to me. I'd be grateful. Just grateful.
I want to get this actual blade out.
Until then, share this with all your friends, like it, subscribe to it, expect more. Till then, au revoir. When he wasn't fucking boys in the ass, he was diddling little girls. It was amazing how
molesty religious leaders are.
Hello everybody, Crafty Andy here, and this is CraftyArts, where I art! And today I am focusing on updating my logos and promotional designs. Yes, no YouTube channel or food or TV channel or movie would be recognizable if not for good design. But hell, you can't make it like 99% of the movie posters out there. You actually have to make something interesting. So let's take this logo here that I've made some time ago. It's like over 50 internet years old. Bitch that shit out. time to update this. So what can I do to make my logo a little more interesting? I got it. 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 I'll give it some boobs. Hold on. Yellow. All right. Okay. I got it. I got it. Made my mother cry. So I gotta try something else then. What to do? What to do? What to do? What to do?
In good godly churches, their sons are rebelling, hanging out with homosexuals and
Oh my
getting
god, I
married.
forgot about this asshole.
Parents are invited.
Yeah.
Does that guy still have a job?
People beheading others, something called ISIS. ISIS consists of many homosexuals.
The Muslims in the Middle East
I'm having like a
are
tour.
bragging that they have infiltrated every Christian church in America.
When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists.
Are we now living in the end times from your perspective?
Very definitely, Governor.
Figured it out. I'll make it.
Some kind of monster. Some kind of monster.
I like Metallica. Fuck you. Alright, so let's pop open some Illustrator, get a nice egg shape.
Metallica's
Just
still
want to make
king.
it simple and clean for a nice new logo. You know, zip, zoppity, doo dah. There you go, you're done. Boom. Now, while I fill this in with some color, some simple colors, mind you, you only need 1 or 3 when it comes to a logo. Anything more is just a clusterfuck. It should look good in black and white or color. Now let's take a look at some other shitty attempts at design while we fill this in. Yeah, I remember when I went to the doctor and he just told me to squat here on the toilet and poop in this can. You know, just bend over, squat, and try to aim it in there. And holy shit, look at his fucking feet. He's got like digigrade legs there at the end there. That is not a human child. That is a splice in the making there. So according to the kids' book Dinos by Design, dinosaurs were known to breathe fire and live with humans. Well, there's your answer why your kids are growing up to be stupid assholes. Wheelchair accessible, yeah. Maybe with a running start and a few rocket boosters, you can get your dead grandma up there to eat some hoagies. If you flip it around like this, it looks like when you poop and pee at the same time. 3rd place wrestling trophy. Well, guess this is an elaborate way of saying that you suck. Wow, lady. Just wow. Pretty sure that girl can walk on her own by now. But how things are going, she probably won't be able to in a few years. Well, maybe you can get her a 200 horsepower scooter to get her up that ramp at the hoagie restaurant. This is what you would call a parenting design flaw. Well, that was just a fantastic display of some ineptitude. Now let's open up After Effects and get this thing animated. Get started in some layers. Each tentacle is its own layer. Keep it... Yeah. A lot of this is common sense. You just pick out some keyframes.
I got over
points where the tentacles
giving any
gonna
kind of
move,
tutorial.
The egg's gonna burst out, and you just fill in the gaps. You don't want
Thankfully.
to jump around like some Parkinson's...
Like I was in between things.
You want
I
it
was
to
in
be
between
as
entertaining and trying to give
fluid as
advice
possible.
that I didn't want to give.
So right now I'm just using a shadow effect on the first layer on the front of the egg. Don't want to individually animate each shard. That'd be fucking crazy. So using that, we move on to the eyes. And with the eyes, you want to make them actually look like they're opening naturally. You can't just have them go up and down like a shutter. Be sure to get distracted by Netflix and YouTube videos so that a 5-hour project can turn into a 50-hour project.
So now the zombies start making a wall on top of themselves to get in. And this was only influenced by the sound of them singing inside. This was not influenced in any way by Brad Pitt's arrival. Time to cue some stock Hollywood action music.
Oh, YMS, you so silly.
Honey, can you help me with the laundry?
Sorry, hon. I'm drawing right now.
But the laundry, hon.
Drawing!
Hon!
Drawing pictures.
It's fine.
When it comes to the tentacles, I simply just hide them behind the egg and have them come out. You don't want to do anything like stretching or zooming. Don't be an idiot about it. Just do as I do it. And when you animate your own drawing, it'll look nice, like mine. So let's take a look at what I made here.
Okay.
Yeah, look at that animation skills right there, man. Pixar, Disney, DreamWorks, Kanye West, UAV Productions can all suck my dick. Now that we got my my logo monster animated here, let's take this old poster and stab it in the face. Look at my eyes. Look at my eyes. Whew. It's time to make a new one. So I'm going to start doing some poses here, and my mate's helping me out with some pictures because he knows how to take pictures. Doing some poses. My eyes. Whew. It's time to make a new one. So I'm going to start doing some poses here, and my mate's helping me out with some pictures because he knows how to take pictures. If you don't have a mate or a friend to help you take pictures of yourself, if you're going to make a poster of yourself, then you're just fucked. So my good friend Michael Ringtail here, he needs an image update as well. So we're going to take some pictures of him too. He has a channel called Lemur Talks. If you like bullshit, you should click on it, like I clicked on your mom last night. Ooh, yeah, boy! So
That channel's dead.
Some shots of him, and of course in drawing him up in Photoshop.
On my best.
Illustrator. We're going to be exaggerating some features.
You can't do politics on YouTube unless you're like in a legacy media company.
Cartoonish character. He's wild and crazy. Hello, everybody. Michael Ringtail here. So let's wild and crazy. For the human model of myself here, we want to make things a little more proportional. So just trace the outline a little bit, and you should be good to go. Because it does make the difference between, well, shit versus non-shit. I always wanted something to represent me, and I know I have a lot of dark thoughts going on in my head. I was always a fan of horror movies, monsters, beasts, and cute things too. But mostly horrific beasts that'll rip your face off. Michael Ganji, am I saying his name right? Michael Ganji, or Ganji? Whatever. He is a big inspiration for me. Just using a basic soft brush for the color of myself and my little centipede friend here. God damn, is my nose big. Big fat German kraut nose going on there. And there you have the final pictures. Don't they look fantastic? I'd be proud to display these everywhere I go, even at my job, even in my room, even on the house, on the outside, on the roof. It's time for the Crafty Art Critique. Our first drawing today is simply called Demon. Yep, looks like a demon all right. You can just picture that thing coming at me in doom. Yeah, I guess not all of us can be highly intelligent hellspawns. Some of us are going to be special. The proportions are all over the place, like a plain fucked a man with Down syndrome. Those eyes are going off his head and that nose is melting off his face. And check out that mouth. Duh. Not sure those legs can support that body, and I guess we got some avant-garde shit going on here, considering there are all these wrinkles and erase marks. I give this 10 buckets of piss out of 12. Next we have a drawing called Big Mama from Half-Life. Remember Half-Life? Well, this must be one of the designs for the third one, cause it's so good. Nice choice with the lined paper. Seems like shading that translates to scribble really hard with your pencil. That's the shading in sound form. Just take this drawing and put it in that portfolio I know you have. And Val was going to be like, holy shit. Design everything for us. Here's $1 million. In fact, here's the keys to the office. The rest of you are fired. Come on in, Ethan. Or David, whoever your name is. I give this drawing a shit out of a goat. Well, that was empowering. Taking someone's artwork who clearly has less skill than me and tearing their ass apart. Well, if you like to submit some of your art so I can critique it, feel free to do so. I'm sure it'll be lots of fun. Until then, au revoir.
What happens when YouTube doesn't know how you're figure out your fucking channel, I guess.
Okay, enough.
Enough! 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 Enough!
In the sock.
Needs to be
And this gross thing. Why is there stains on his underwear? Ew.
Do the laundry! No! 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 Stop.
You are being monitored!
If you like this show, please like, subscribe, share it with all your friends. And next episode, Steampunkimals.
Small ass apartment at the laid out. How much space is it gonna take? So how many circle ones?
Hi everybody, Crafty Andy here, and this is CraftyArts, where I art! And today we are making Steampunkimals. You see, I had a bunch of these animal figures that I want to steampunk up a bit.
Steampunk style.
Because these are for close friends of mine. And no one wants generic, boring animals. You gotta Inuyasha Furry Gundam that shit up! So, first thing we're gonna do is start off with this little fox here, and... Wait. Starting off with the sketch, we're gonna begin modeling up the fox. Layer up the green stuff, because we like to make it nice and solid. And then cut away the areas where you want the rocket pack to be strapped onto. And then when you got it all modeled up, take all your shit, pack it into storage at Cadillac, Michigan, move down to Ohio, quit your insurance sales job because it was going to make you broke anyways, move into a friend's house cramped because you had to fit all your stuff into one room, and then survive on ramen and chicken noodle peanut butter until your real job begins. Start selling AT&T U-verse door to door as part of a network marketing scheme until your car breaks down and you have to ride the bus with everyday crazy people in order to get to work. Moving into an apartment where the buses don't run at the same time your other car breaks down and you're making it to an accident. He's okay. Now we have to start walking to work while we lose one income because we don't have a car. Get a second vehicle while skidding on the edge of oblivion and homelessness. Your mate has to bust his ass in order to get a better paying contract. Start making headway on bills in life. Take an 8-hour drive up north to Cadillac, Michigan to get your shit out of storage after having to sit on boxes for 7 months. Pack your shit up, drive another 8 hours down, unpack, settle down, get married, contemplate what you want to do with yourself and creativity, start a YouTube show, and breathe! A lot has happened in the past 3 years. So these are originally LTD figures, safari figures, except for this one. This one's from Collectivenic, I think it was called. And so a lot of these have like really god-awful paint on them. Some of them have a lot of mold lines, and we gotta get rid of all that shit. Pew! Alright, so we got a wolf, hyena, lemur, rabbit, horned lizard, G-shep, Arctic fox, fin fox, and a fox. So a lot of these figures are actually for friends who have characters of their own that these represent. Into the acid they go! You gotta scrub that color off like the skin on a dead hooker.
And to find some public domain.
To keep the fingerprints off the green stuff, I like to smooth it out with some petroleum jelly. Warning, do not use petroleum jelly for anal sex. It will give you ass cancer in your ass. Hey, Damron Wolf, how about some glasses and a hat and a hipster jacket? What? No? Then what do you want from me? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You know you're my friend, right? Yeah, I'll never hurt you. I'll never do anything to hurt you. I don't mean to hurt you. Don't you see I'm your friend?
I'm only half watching this.
Hardcore metal armor. Just layer it up. I don't care if you got guns, because this magic armor's pissed on by angels. Golden shower of imperviation. Taka, 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 taka. I'm gonna call ye Steely. I bet you think that's a well-endowed male hyena. Nope, female. Every day is International Women Liberation Day with hyenas. Pig, 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 pig! Anyways, Steel here is going to be a cyborg hyena of patriarchy, death-wielding mayhem.
there's one pet I like to pet, and every evening we get set. I stroke it every chance I get. It's my girl's pussy. Seldom plays and
What can we do with you to make you a little more deadly?
I don't mind because
Oh yes, you're gonna make some pretty lights. Ah, the pretty lights.
Insert electricity-themed puns. They will get a shock out of this. Ha 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 ha!
What shall we do with ye?
try setting it on fire.
Eureka!
I know it's probably a cliche at this point to make a realistic Charmander ripoff, but fuck it. It's my show. This baby's getting a gas tank and a flamethrower, cause fire is the greatest cleanser. Next to Bleach.
Oh, hey, Crafty Andy. I just met you, and I love you. I love you too, Snow Fox. I love you very much.
Because alternate universes rarely have any logical sense to them, this fox is getting robot legs and a fabulous scarf. Tail rings.
Hey, Chef Wisp. We're gonna call you MedChef. You remember him saying Valiant Hearts? Yeah, you know the dog. The dog's it's like a medical dog. Yeah, that's gonna be you. That's gonna be you. That's good. I'm lonely.
Despite being able to make robot legs and cyborg hyenas in this universe, medical treatments mainly consist of morphine and hacksaws. Well, here's a blanket to keep you warm before you die.
What should we do with this one? Oh yes, I almost forgot.
Car breaks down and you have to ride the bus with everyday crazy people in order.
Rocketeer was a great movie that is clearly underrated.
Are you trying to kill yourself? I like it.
Anyways, here's a rocket fox.
Hey, Fen Fox. I haven't had a chance to sample your flavor yet. You taste like a sex shop in a blender.
It's time to Fennec. And Ashoba here, being a gearhead, is going to look the part. It's essential to have a mechanic in a steampunk universe, especially a tiny one that can reach in all the little crevices.
Now what should I base this bastard on?
Me, do me!
You gonna pay me?
Fuck you, you fleshy, pale-skinned chicken choker. I'm a lemur. Lemurs don't have jobs. Free art, please. Alright, I'll pay you. How much?
Well, considering that these things take me about 14 to 30 hours to complete, $500.
$500? That's outrageous. That's... Okay. You're lucky I'm saving up my PETA donation checks.
Let's give Michael Ringtail some likeness and round off that flat tail he started off with. And for no reason in particular, goggles and art supplies. It's the same steps for coloring any figurine or model ever when it comes to color. Prime your figures with a spray. Here's mine. Either use black or white depending on your planned color scheme. Base coat the figures. When it comes to dry brushing, just use a shitty brush, desaturate it on a paper towel or something beforehand till there's little to no paint coming off of it, and paint it layer by layer. Details come last, and here I use a Kolinsky sable brush for this, but any brush will do. Just get this shit to preserve it, or you will have a bad time. Now, if you don't want your paints to dry out like your grandma's cooch on a Friday night, take some paper towel, soak it a bit, lay some tracing paper on there, and that'll keep your paint nice and wet for at least a day. This advice brought to you by Matt Bush. He was my teacher at one point, and now is probably ashamed of it. Now, use a darker version of the colors that you use as a wash rather than black. It's not going to look right otherwise. And then just go back, edging in any other details before spraying it down with a preserve, preferably something that's matte finish, unless you want everything to be shiny like a diamond dug up from an African slave diamond mine.
There's one pet I like to pet, and every evening we get set. I stalk it every chance I get. It's Michael's birthday. Seldom plays, never burns, and I love both its birds, but I don't mind.
All right, Michael, it's all done. Time to pay up.
Can't.
What? Why?
You can't just charge people realistic prices for artwork. Besides, Steam had a big sale and Gabe was calling to me. Oh.
Don't you think an artist deserves to be paid for?
Hey, Tigran.
Fine, I don't want it. Keep it. If you want money so bad, get a real job like Subway or planting tulips.
Tulips?
Yeah.
Does it pay well?
Sky's the limit.
All right.
Planting tulips.
Let's try for
Yeah,
a bit and
tulips.
get to the next page.
You're referring to me using my two lips to perform oral sex
on strangers for money.
You've been talking to furries on the internet again, haven't you?
I'm sorry, they're just so accepting. And no other people like seeing me naked. Wait, where are you going? Come back, come back. Forever alone!
Well, that's everything today. I hope you all had fun. Until next... Someone's at the door. Oh, hey Mr. McFeely. What do you got for me?
Speedy delivery.
Oh! Oh! Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, fuck! Oh, why? Why?
Well, got a package in the mail. Wonder who it's from.
Yeah, I'm actually streaming on Kick as well today, because Kick is a new streaming service, and I figured, you know, put something out there that shows, like, what I actually do.
Speedy delivery.
Oh! 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 Oh!
Alright. So, kind of got our character sheets together, and now, I should list out the colors.
AT&T Uverse can eat shit and die.
Here to provide some adult supervision.
Oh, classic.
Calm down, young lady.
Hello, everybody. I'm Crafty Andy, and this is CraftyArts, where I art. Yes.
Yeah, I think we're in the middle of moving around this time.
Wondering why there's a sudden purge of the wall behind me? Well, there is a simple explanation for that, but I ain't telling you fucks. Let's go do some art.
Claire's gonna take over. That's cool.
So today we're going to do a portrait to embody the modern day feminist movement. You see, feminism used to mean a simple, basic ideology that men and women were equal. Today, though, feminism means safe spaces.
You need to get out.
No, I don't.
Then on the Arts channel, I'm actually be streaming Anthrocon stuff tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday.
And straight guilt. And scam artists.
Because I got a community guideline strike on the Weird Source channel, so I can't stream on there. I tried to upload a video explaining what was going on, but apparently I can't upload a video either for the next 5 days. Until the, it's like my punishment. Good timing too, you know? It was all because of a live stream I did 2 years ago, where I was just editing a video about some mass shooter. And that's how I got my community guideline strike. Like a short 1 hour live stream I did, it's unlisted. All of a sudden, whoops, that's a problem now. One of those underpaid workers over in India looking at my channel a little too closely. Like, ooh, I gotta meet up my my quota, or whatever the fuck they gotta go on there for an incentive. It wouldn't surprise me if that's how it works. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tape this up on the wall. That way I can just as reference as I see fit. Get the first page ready. Let's get the first page made tonight, huh? Oh yeah. So it's gonna be 8.5 by 8.5 for the size of the book that we're working on. That I'm working on. Here's how the snake's gonna be, some kind of like abstract shit going on there. Alright, it's gonna need a security zine off here.
So before we go into this,
Yeah, the Eugene one. There's literally one titled Eugene.
And then rape the women inside because the rape elders approved it, they okayed it.
Yeah, I remember what it was too. It was the there's like the Ethan one or whatever, where like a bunch of people started making video game claims as the influence. Yep. So whatever. I've been poking YouTube every now and then about it. But I think at this point they just they just ignore me now. They responded the first time like, oh nope, it's valid. I'm like, oh okay, so all those clips I used, even though they were from CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, and all that shit, that's fine. They can do that shit all they want. But me talking about it or any other individual or independent, that's a no-no. Come on. Yeah. I mean, the video's still up. It's just a little live stream I had where I was working on it. It got taken down. Go figure. In fact, I can pull it up right now. Showcase. Let's go over some of these episodes since I'm showcasing myself a little bit here on Kick. Let's pull up one of the Thoughts episodes. Across my own. Why is this channel coming up? There it goes.
Hello, I'm Crafty Andy, and these are my thoughts. Ethan Crumbly, the latest Eugene to commit a mass school schmooting.
Schmooter.
And look where it's at, Middle America. Now it's a tragedy. Now it's so sad to see an upper class city having this happening. I've been living with the reality of these mass schmootings occurrences for nearly all my life now. All these Eugenes are the same. They are either a doomer, as in, woe is me, nobody loves me, the world is fucked, this is the only way to leave my mark.
Every day I get even more agitated at everyone because my life is unfair.
Unfair.
It's fucked up what he did. My God. Take it to
For the Florida shooter.
Or they have delusions of grandeur and are full of
Life is
hope.
unfair.
This will be the event that wakes up the country to the problems in our society and ultimately leads to a better world of peace and prosperity. That is why I shot your baby in the face, Mr. Munklefuck. They're all losers. However, when it comes to schmootings at schools, I can relate to the mentality one obtains from being isolated and beaten down by their peers. I had paranoia and one suicide attempt in my elementary years, with high school being the ultimate tipping point. For hours, I would sit in front of my dad's speaker system, blasting 9 Inch Nails and fantasizing about getting revenge on my tormentors in the style of the movie The Final, where a bunch of students in high school roofie their peers and then torture them on live stream.
You will never, ever enjoy sex again. You will never, ever play football again.
It was a hell of a revenge movie.
Find your wheelchair! Every time you horse yourself into that wheelchair, I want you to think of me. Smiling.
I wonder what would happen if I had access to a gun during those days. Shooting people is a lot easier than stabbing them. At the same time, I finally made the right kind of friends that would be discouraging of such thoughts, as well as reaching a level of maturity that I saw that kind of action is cringe and completely useless, especially in the grand scheme of things, which everything's useless in the grand scheme of things. We have all seen what happens too. Even when there were massive protests over the Parkland shooting in Florida.
Organizers say there are more than 3,000 planned protests across the country now.
What ultimately happened? Some bring up the access to guns. There'll be mentions of warning signs, mental health, but ultimately nothing of meaning is ever accomplished. At most, usually some piss take of a policy change, like, you can now only carry 10-round magazines instead of 20. Haha, I did a thing. What did surprise me in this case is that the parents are actually
No, they don't do anything. They just give you a
manslaughter.
speech and that's
this
it.
Eugene in Michigan got the gun he used from his parents a week before the shooting. I fucking hate the legal system and what it does to people, but my desire to see some responsibility being laid at these parents' feet overrides that by a huge margin.
We're talking about 4 felony charges of involuntary manslaughter for both parents. The details here, absolutely shocking.
If you want to see a generation of parents that actually start paying attention to the things their dumb kids are into, start punishing the parents for the things their kids do. Fuck them. Speaking of responsibility,
yeah, they chose
there
to
were
breed.
2 big media
Be
takes
responsible
that
for 'em.
baffled a whole lot of us. Inside Edition puts on its boomer goggles. Here I have a GamePro magazine from 1997 talking about Congress going after video games due to their violence, stating the rating system is not enough and it's hurting our kids. I bring this up because this whole narrative has been perpetuating for 30 years now, and Inside Edition decided to reiterate that narrative.
One post from Ethan Crowley
yeah, it was
declares,
surreal to hear
"Now
that
I am
shit.
become death, the destroyer of worlds. See you tomorrow, Oxford." The quotation can be found in a gory video game.
I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Not only is it fucking embarrassing to be a journalistic writer and tying that quote to a video game as opposed to the actual source, which is a religious text made popular by the inventor of the atomic bomb, Robert Oppenheimer. It's also like having shit shoved into your ears as they go through pointing out all the video games he liked, such as Nazi Zombies in Call of Duty and Grand Theft Auto 5.
No, we're gonna go
Several years ago, Crumbly made this video several years
history
ago
after
showing
this.
off his collection of violent games.
Got Battlefield 4. Comment if you want to play that one.
A game that sold 140
I don't
million
know if I wanna
copies.
do 8.5,
Shall we
but-
execute the remaining 139,999,999 owners just to be safe? Then
Actually,
again,
no.
I know people in
We
their
can do that.
50s and 60s and older who still believe D&D leads you to worshiping Satan, and that the 80s satanic panic was a real thing with credible evidence. So I guess I can't blame Inside Edition for not changing the format when it comes to pretending to analyze school schmooters. It must really have sucked though, that time when the Virginia Tech Eugene only reportedly played early 90s Sonic the Hedgehog. Can't really sell that idea that video games played a role, though they still tried to.
Typically, the school shooters train literally on video games to do this.
Well, we know it's just a way to talk about the schmooting without actually having to talk about the actual factors behind the schmooting. Guns, parents, mental health, done.
When a lot of people ask the question, why did they do it? Why did Eric and Dylan shoot up their school? They don't actually want the answer.
Now, the other media source was The Hill, which was rather interesting. Kim Iverson does the usual lip dance of talking about gun control, but her main focus is the potential possibility that this event is going to be used to somehow demonize specifically white people.
PTSD when I left
Look at the photos
program.
of Ethan Crumbly people on
tested
social
for
media and some
PTSD,
media
okay.
outlets are using. He's now
Family history,
15,
technically every
and
explorer
yet they
has
chose
to.
this angelic-looking photo from about when he was 10. What is the purpose
Yeah,
of this when there are several other photos, like his mugshot, that could have been shown instead?
That makes
The
sense.
same sort of tactic is used in reverse against black perpetrators and even victims. Rather than use their school photo of them smiling and looking like good kids, they use the meanest looking, most aggressive photo they can find on social media to portray them as villains. They attempt to portray them as people who either obviously would commit the heinous crime they did or victims who deserved it. They do this to placate a certain bias and mindset that the audience already holds, and the same looks to be happening in this case. Showing Crumbly as this innocent-looking angelic white kid is intended to stoke fear and support a narrative that white people, no matter how nice they look, are domestic terrorists who we should all be afraid of.
Her reasoning is that because they use these photos and videos of this Eugene praying like a little angel and playing some b-ball outside of the school until he started making trouble in the neighborhood. He got in one little shootout and his parents got scared and said, we're leaving Detroit and straight out of Michigan. Sidetrack. Get back on track. Kim Iverson, The Hill, yes. First, she makes the point that when black and brown people are arrested, they usually just use their mugshots or some other unflattering picture as opposed to white people.
There's plenty of screenshots of him as the mugshot. I don't
like
get it.
A normal human being? Is that true common practice with every news outlet? I don't know. I imagine it's related to their political leanings. But when Kim says they use these innocent-looking photos to say that white people, no matter how nice they look, are really all potentially domestic terrorists, this is a Stretch Armstrong of a stretch. I think it's more of a possibility they saw the photo of him with his hands together and thought, that'll make for a good headline photo, considering how juxtaposed it is to what this Eugene did. And what position does that put people in? If you use some nasty mugshot photo, which it looks like a lot of news outlets are using anyways in this case, it dehumanizes them. Use a pleasant photo, then you're promoting a sinister, broad narrative about an entire type of person. It just sounds like a lose-lose situation. How about we just use their baby photos instead, alright? Carnegie police seek suspect in liquor store armed robbery. There he is. Good luck finding him, fart knockers. I see given the right circumstances, I could have ended up like this Eugene. Now, because of parental and system failures regarding mental health treatments and gun access, this Eugene's remaining life is going to be that of mockery for the act he committed. All his social media, all his little cringy journals are going to be on display for everybody to read and fucking laugh at. And whatever personal plights he was going through, it's just going to be dismissed. Because all he brought to his little corner of the planet was a bunch of panic and death.
You're not going to be idolized. You're going to be made fun of.
And I'm sure it won't take long, if it hasn't happened already, for this whole thing to be politicized and spun around.
Because liberal school personnel should have known Crumbly had a gun, or at least had access to one, but never bothered to ask. The very reason they told his parents to come to class instead of suspending him immediately, and then they let him go right back into class.
And then it'll be forgotten within a week when the next mass shooting happens. In the end, though, these are my thoughts. Got any of your own? Like, subscribe,
Yeah, now it's like
share,
impossible to keep track of them
give me ideas
all.
for topics and or art in the comments, or email me. Crafty Andy Patreon for high-res art, files, and sketchbook, and early episodes. Also Crafty Andy under the Art Pal store for prints and art gallery. This channel's mainly focused on entertainment and art, but if you want some real
This book has been kind of an eye-opener. A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn. Now, it's not just like one guy writing this, right? These are all a bunch of sources, interviews, and quotes from various leaders. And it goes from slavery, the founding of the nation, the founding of South America by Spanish settlers and European settlers, all the way up until 1980, I guess. From the perspective of Native Americans, black people, workers, rather than just a generalized history and whitewashing it. I'm on chapter 14. I don't want to just like step on this guy's toes and start going through the whole book. There's 25 chapters. A lot of these chapters are like an hour and a half. But I feel like going straight into chapter, I think chapter 15 is where I'm at. 16. Let's just go into chapter 16.
This recording is a product of audio
This is,
and art.
yeah, this is where it goes into World War II.
History of the United States by Howard Zinn.
Push screens here.
Chapter 16, A People's War. Quote, "We, the governments of Great Britain and the United States, in the name of India, Burma, Malaya, Australia, British East Africa, British Guiana, Hong Kong, Siam, Singapore, Egypt, Palestine, Canada, New Zealand, Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, as well as Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, Hawaii, Alaska, and the Virgin Islands."
Oh, yeah, before we... Before we get too far into this, you have to see how fucked up Florida is. So, Florida.
Hello, I'm Crafty Andy. Don't
Pool
mind
cleaner.
this. It's just a butcher boy.
What kind of gun is it?
Somebody, please.
I don't know.
No, somebody.
Did he shoot anybody? Hello, ma'am.
So just to give you context, I don't know how far this video is going to go. Pool cleaner was falling behind one day. Shows up to his residence at 9 o'clock. A little late, but it's not insanely late. It's just a little, you know, it's at night. Most people are still awake around this hour. Woman freaks out. Husband grabs his AR-15. Doesn't even address the guy. Just takes one shot through the window, and then unloads 30 rounds at him as he runs away.
A Florida man who fired 30 shots from his AR-15 at his pool cleaner will not face any charges based on the state's standard.
Yeah, there it is, right there. That's where it started. Holy shit! I didn't see the video of this yet.
Pool cleaner will not
Got his flashlight out. I was like, yeah, okay, let's get my stuff together, and then boom.
based on the state's stand your ground law.
It's a terrible set of circumstances, but it's unfortunate.
No charges though. Even though he was hired, he was invited, and he unprovoked just shoots at him. Fuck Florida. Fuck these stand your ground laws. This is insane. Ridiculous. Some psychopath looking for an excuse to use his fucking gun. The chances of you getting broken into in your house are extremely small. Yeah, sorry for me too. Let's see. Something scared me with Claire yesterday. She went on a walk as she saw this guy and this kid on a bike, and this guy says, "Get in the road so you don't run her over." So she walks some more, and 3 kids say, "Have you seen a guy on a bike?" And she said, "Yeah." So continues to walk, and she sees a police car, and they talk to her, and she tells the story twice to 2 different cops, and she comes home and tells me, "Huh. Sounds like a reported stolen bike." Or someone they're looking for.
but it wasn't in this case. It's probably one of those things that I would call lawful but awful.
No fucking charges. Are you
But it's
kidding?
just an awful set of
Guy shouldn't even have a fucking
At
gun.
about 9 p.m. on June 15th,
Oh shit, he's got the pool cleaner net.
wife Yana were
Look
watching
out!
a movie inside their Dundon home. Detectives with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office say Yana noticed someone in their back lanai that she didn't recognize. She yelled to her
He's been working for him for 3 months, by the way.
moving toward their door with a flashlight.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Hi, our address is 41 Concord Drive, Dunedin. Somebody
yes.
is just on our lanai.
Well, I guess maybe they'll give him like a fruit basket, you know, as an apology. Like, oh, sorry we almost accidentally murdered you.
Was Carl Pollock, the pool cleaner who had been working at their home for nearly a year. Usually, Pollock cleaned the
Oh, this one says it's nearly a year.
afternoon, but because he was behind on work, decided to clean at 9 o'clock that evening. Deputies say he did not contact the
Fucking
Hilton
joke.
office to tell them he would be there that late.
Were they walking around the house?
No, they're trying
Like
to...
they hired a pool cleaner telling you they're pretty loaded too.
I heard them and I saw them, and we don't know if they are armed or not. We just need somebody to come and check on the house.
As the 911 dispatcher asks
How
Yana
should we
about the
go?
suspect's appearance, her husband grabs his AR-15 rifle and opens fire.
And how much did he weigh? What was that?
Nothing, don't shoot.
Husband looking to murder someone.
What was that? Ma'am,
My husband.
what
My husband.
was that
Alright,
thing?
do a thumbnail.
This was a shot.
Who made a shot?
They are going around the house.
Who? I need to know what that was.
I don't know, somebody's yelling.
When he took that AR out, it wasn't like he was sitting there and he had decided, I'm going to pull this trigger. He was sitting there, he was waiting, and what was the event that caused him to fire was the flashlight, and he thinks the guy's coming in, so he puts one in the chamber and racks it, and then fires. Which again, cuts to, this isn't a guy that was sitting there trigger happy wanting to shoot. He was trying to protect himself and his wife, and he was concerned about the circumstances.
Bullshit.
At this point, Pollock ran off, but Bradley Hokovar...
Panicky son of a bitch.
I need him to stop shooting the gun.
Okay, stop. Stop.
That was my chance to finally murder someone.
Put it down. Put it on the floor, please.
I'm just waiting.
Stay here.
I'm just waiting for the day someone tries to come in here.
Somebody.
Can't fucking wait.
No, somebody.
Did he shoot anybody? Hello, ma'am.
Stop it, Master. Stop it, please. Master, stop it. Stop it, please.
Why? I need him to stop shooting the
Wait
gun.
here. Where are you?
He's trying to fucking run away.
I need him to put down the gun, ma'am.
I need the police.
Ma'am, I need him to put down the gun.
Didn't even confront
In all,
him.
Bradley fired at least 30 rounds in about 90 seconds. The 911
Good thing it was a
authority
shit
picks
shot,
up
too.
the moments following the shooting.
Nothing. I don't know. Yes.
We already opened doors if the deputies are here.
Who he was firing at until after law enforcement arrived.
They walked out front and saw the pool truck in front of the house, and then he had this, oh my gosh moment. But it wasn't until then, he really had no idea, until they walked out front and saw the pool truck.
Another good example of this bullshit. Because they, for some reason, a lot of people living in homes have this fear they're going to get broken into, which, again, very unlikely. A guy in rural America, farm town or whatever, his wife forgot the key to the house. The wife goes from the back, goes for the back door that she knows is open. Husband shoots her through the wall with a shotgun and murders her. Well, and accidentally kills her, thinking that she was an intruder. I get the idea that you might, that high might be the moment they pull the gun on you and shoot you somehow. But, this idea that you're just going to be broken into at random. Very, very high risk for little reward. Most people are not going to do it. Because most of the time they're not looking to fight anyone in the first place. They're looking to, you know, get a TV or whatever for a couple $100. And even though we're #1 in serial killers, chances of being just a random serial killer even lower. But because of the way the media reports it, people have this idea that things happen a lot higher than they actually do. All right, let's get into this book.
Hereby declare most emphatically that this is not an imperialist war, unquote. Thus went a skit put on in the United States in the year 1939 by the Communist Party. 2 years later, Germany invaded Soviet Russia, and the American Communist Party, which had repeatedly described the war between the Axis powers and the Allied powers as an imperialist war, now called it a people's war against fascism. Indeed, almost all Americans were now in agreement. Capitalists, communists, Democrats, Republicans, poor, rich, and middle class, that this was indeed a people's war. Was it? By certain evidence, it was the most popular war the United States had ever fought. Never had a greater proportion of the country participated in a war. 18 million served in the armed forces, 10 million overseas, 25 million workers gave of their pay envelope regularly for war bonds. But could this be considered a manufactured support? Since all the power of the nation, not only of the government, but the press, the church, and even the chief radical organizations, was behind the calls for all-out war. Was there an
The whole audiobook
undercurrent
is on
of
here. It's free.
reluctance?
So
Were there unpublicized signs of
go into it.
resistance? It was a war against an enemy of unspeakable evil. Hitler's Germany was extending totalitarianism, racism, militarism, and overt aggressive warfare beyond what an already cynical world had experienced. And yet, did the governments conducting this war, England, the United States, the Soviet Union, represent something significantly different so that their victory would be a blow to imperialism, racism, totalitarianism, militarism in the world? Would the behavior of the United States during the war, in military action abroad, in treatment of minorities at home, be in keeping with a people's war? Would the country's wartime policies respect the rights of ordinary people everywhere to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? And would post-war America, in its policies at home and overseas, exemplify the values for which the war was supposed to have been fought? These questions deserve thought. At the time of World War II, the atmosphere was too dense with war fervor to permit them to be aired. For the United States to step forward as a defender of helpless countries matched its image in American high school history textbooks, but not its record in world affairs. It had opposed the Haitian Revolution for independence from France at the start of the 19th century. It had instigated a war with Mexico and taken half of that country. It had pretended to help Cuba win freedom from Spain and then planted itself in Cuba with a military base, investments, and rights of intervention. It had seized Hawaii, Puerto Rico, Guam, and fought a brutal war to subjugate the Filipinos. It had opened Japan to its trade with gunboats and threats. It had declared an open-door policy in China as a means of assuring that the United States would have opportunities equal to other imperial powers in exploiting China. It had sent troops to Beijing with other nations to assert Western supremacy in China and kept them there for over 30 years. While demanding an open door...
Yeah, so let's break that down a little bit. Europeans took land away from Native Americans, slaughtered them by wholesale, stole land from Mexico, gave some of it back after the United States actually reached Mexico City. Started the Filipino War over resources. Almost like it's a little empty, the idea that American leadership would care what's going on humanitarian-wise.
In China, it had insisted with the Monroe Doctrine and many military interventions on a closed door in Latin America that is closed to everyone but the United States. It had engineered a revolution against Colombia and created the independent state of Panama in order to build and control the canal. It sent 5,000 Marines to Nicaragua in 1926 to counter a revolution and kept a force there for 7 years.
I have a spot for dialogue.
It intervened in the Dominican Republic for the 4th time in 1916 and kept troops there for 8 years. It intervened for the 2nd time in Haiti in 1915 and kept troops there for 19 years. Between 1900 and 1933, the United States intervened in Cuba 4 times, in Nicaragua twice, in Panama 6 times, in Guatemala once, in Honduras 7 times. By 1924, the finances of half of the 20 Latin American states were being directed to some extent by the United States. By 1935, over half of U.S. steel and cotton exports were being sold in Latin America. Just before World War I ended in 1918, an American force of 7,000 landed at Vladivostok as part of an Allied intervention in Russia and remained there until early 1920. 5,000 troops were landed at Archangel, another Russian port, also as part of an Allied expeditionary force, and stayed for almost a year. The State Department told Congress, quote, "All these operations were to offset effects of the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia," unquote. In short, if the entrance of the United States into World War II was, as so many Americans believed at the time, observing the Nazi invasions, to defend the principle of non-intervention in the affairs of other countries, the nation's record cast doubt on its ability to uphold that principle. What seemed clear at the time was that the United States was a democracy with certain liberties, while Germany was a dictatorship persecuting its Jewish minority, imprisoning dissidents, whatever their religion, while proclaiming the supremacy of the Nordic race. However, blacks looking at anti-Semitism in Germany might not see their own situation in the U.S. as much different.
Yeah, why would they?
And the United States had done little about Hitler's policies of persecution. Indeed, it had joined England and France in appeasing
Hitler got some of the
throughout
ideas from the
30s.
United States, by the way.
Roosevelt and his Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, were hesitant to criticize publicly Hitler's anti-Semitic policies. When a resolution was introduced in the Senate in January 1934, asking the Senate and the President to express surprise and pain at what the Germans were doing to the Jews, and to ask restoration of Jewish rights, the State Department, quote, caused this resolution to be buried in committee, unquote, according to Arnold Offner, American Appeasement. When Mussolini's Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, the U.S. declared an embargo on munitions, but let American businesses send oil to Italy in huge quantities, which was essential to Italy's carrying on the war. When a fascist rebellion took place in Spain in 1936 against the elected socialist liberal government, the Roosevelt administration sponsored a Neutrality Act that had the effect of shutting off help to the Spanish government, while Hitler and Mussolini gave critical aid to Franco. Offner says, quote, "The United States went beyond even the legal requirements of its neutrality legislation. Had aid been forthcoming from the United States and from England and France, considering that Hitler's position on aid to Franco was not firm, at least until November 1936, the Spanish Republicans could well have triumphed. Instead, Germany gained every advantage from the Spanish Civil War." Unquote. Was this simply poor judgment? An unfortunate error? Or was it the logical policy of a government whose main interest was not stopping fascism, but advancing the imperial interests of the United States? For those interests, in the 30s, an anti-Soviet policy seemed best. Later, when Japan and Germany threatened U.S. world interests, a pro-Soviet, anti-Nazi policy became preferable. Roosevelt was as much concerned to end the oppression of Jews as Lincoln was to end slavery during the Civil War. Their priority in policy, whatever their personal compassion for victims of persecution, was not minority rights, but national power. It was not Hitler's attacks on the Jews that brought the United States into World War II, any more than the enslavement of 4 million blacks brought civil war in 1861. Italy's attack on Ethiopia, Hitler's invasion of Austria, his takeover of Czechoslovakia, his attack on Poland, none of those events caused the United States to enter the war, although Roosevelt did begin to give important aid to England. What brought the United States fully into the war was the Japanese attack on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii on December 7th, 1941.
Yeah, try to move in our
Surely
action.
it was not the humane concern for Japan's bombing of civilians that led Roosevelt's outraged call for war, Japan's attack on China in 1937, her bombing of civilians at Nanjing had not provoked the United States to war. It was the Japanese attack on a link in the American Pacific Empire that did it. So long as Japan remained a well-behaved member of that imperial club of great powers who, in keeping with the open-door policy, were sharing the exploitation of China, the United States did not object. It had exchanged notes with Japan in 1917, saying, quote, "The government of the United States recognizes that Japan has special interests in China," unquote. In 1928, according to Akira Irie, After Imperialism, American consuls in China supported the coming of Japanese troops. It was when Japan threatened potential U.S. markets by its attempted takeover of China, but especially as it moved toward the tin, rubber, and oil of Southeast Asia, that the United States became alarmed and took these measures, which led to the Japanese attack. A total embargo on scrap iron, a total embargo on oil, in the summer of 1941. As Bruce Russet says, no clear and present danger,
throughout the 1930s, the United States government had done little to resist the Japanese advance on the Asian continent. But the Southwest Pacific area was of undeniable economic importance to the United States. At the time, most of America's tin and rubber came from there, as did substantial quantities of other raw materials.
Pearl Harbor was presented to the American public as a sudden, shocking, immoral act. Immoral it was, like any bombing, but not really sudden or shocking to the American government. Russet says, quote,
Japan's strike against the American naval base climaxed a long series of mutually antagonistic acts. In initiating economic sanctions against Japan, the United States undertook actions that were widely recognized in Washington as carrying grave risks of war. Putting aside the wild accusations against Roosevelt that he knew about Pearl Harbor and didn't tell, or that he deliberately provoked the Pearl Harbor raid, these are without evidence. It does seem clear that he did, as James Polk had done before him in the Mexican War and Lyndon Johnson after him in the Vietnam War. He lied to the public for what he thought was a right cause. In September and October 1941, he misstated the facts in 2 incidents involving German submarines and American destroyers. A historian sympathetic to Roosevelt, Thomas A. Bailey, has written, quote, Franklin Roosevelt repeatedly deceived the American people during the period before Pearl Harbor. He was like the physician who must tell the patient lies for the patient's own good, because the masses are notoriously short-sighted and generally cannot see danger until it is at their throats. One of the judges in the Tokyo war crimes trial after World War II, Radabinod Pal, dissented from the general verdicts against Japanese officials and argued that the United States had clearly provoked the war with Japan and expected Japan to act. Richard Minier, Victor's justice, sums up Powell's view of the embargoes on scrap iron and oil that, quote, these measures were a clear and potent threat to Japan's very existence. The records show that a White House conference 2 weeks before Pearl Harbor anticipated a war and discussed how it should be justified. A state memorandum on Japanese expansion a year before Pearl Harbor did not talk of the independence of China.
Almost done. Hold on. Snake 2000. Hi, brother. Follow. I'll follow you. Now follow me. Really? We're doing this like it's like YouTube 2006? Sub for sub? I mean, you actually watch me? How about if you like what you see here, you follow. Now check out your channel. If I like what I see there, I'll follow you. I'm not just gonna blindly follow, because that doesn't help us. Because that means there's just no viewership, right? Of course, I don't know how Kick works in that regards. Maybe it'll work better that way. All right, Snick. Check you out. What does Snick do? Oh, 3D animation. All right.
Adentro, imbécil, adentro.
Apparently not.
¿Dónde dice?
Pretty sure this isn't 3D animation. I mean, it's 3D animation, but you're not making it.
Maté el que mató a Cooper. Maté el que mató.
Yeah.
Or the principle of self-determination. It said, quote, "Our general diplomatic and strategic position would be considerably weakened by our loss of Chinese, Indian, and South Seas markets, and by our loss of much of the Japanese market for our goods, as Japan would become more and more self-sufficient, as well as by insurmountable restrictions upon our access to the rubber, tin, jute, and other vital materials of the Asian and oceanic regions." Once joined with England and Russia in the war, Germany and Italy declared war on the United States right after Pearl Harbor. Did the behavior of the United States show that her war aims were humanitarian or centered on power and profit? Was she fighting the war to end the control by some nations over others, or to make sure the controlling nations were friends of the United States? In August 1941, Roosevelt and Churchill met off the coast of Newfoundland and released to the world the Atlantic Charter, setting forth noble goals for the post-war world, saying their countries, quote, "seek no aggrandizement, territorial or other," and that they respected, quote, "the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they will live."
Sure they do.
The Charter was celebrated as declaring the right of nations to self-determination. 2 weeks before the Atlantic Charter, however, the U.S. Acting Secretary of State, Sumner Welles, had assured the French government that they could keep their empire intact after the end of the war. Quote, "This government, mindful of its traditional friendship for France, has deeply sympathized with the desire of the French people to maintain their territories and to preserve them intact." The Department of Defense History of Vietnam, the Pentagon Papers, itself pointed to what it called an ambivalent policy toward Indochina, noting that, quote, "in the Atlantic Charter and other pronouncements, the U.S. proclaimed support for national self-determination and independence, but also, quote, early in the war repeatedly expressed or implied to the French an intention to restore to France its overseas empire after the war, unquote. In 1942, Roosevelt's personal representative assured French General Henry Giraud, "It is thoroughly understood that French sovereignty will be re-established as soon as possible throughout all the territory, metropolitan or colonial, over which flew the French flag in 1939. These pages, like others in the Pentagon Papers, are marked top secret, sensitive." By 1945, the ambivalent attitude was gone. In May, Truman assured the French he did not question her, quote, sovereignty over Indochina, unquote. That fall, the United States urged nationalist China, put temporarily in charge of the northern part of Indochina by the Potsdam Conference, to turn it over to the French, despite the obvious desire of the Vietnamese for independence. That was a favor for the French government. But what about the United States' own imperial ambitions during the war? What about the aggrandizement, territorial or other, that Roosevelt had renounced in the Atlantic Charter? In the headlines were the battles and troop movements, the invasion of North Africa in 1942, Italy in 1943, the massive, dramatic cross-channel invasion of German-occupied France in 1944, the bitter battles as Germany was pushed back toward and over her frontiers, the increasing bombardment by the British and American air forces, and at the same time, the Russian victories over the Nazi armies. The Russians, by the time of the cross-channel invasion, had driven the Germans out of Russia and were engaging 80% of the German troops. In the Pacific in 1943 and 1944, there was the island-by-island move of American forces toward Japan, finding closer and closer bases for the thunderous bombardment of Japanese cities. Quietly, behind the headlines in battles and bombings, American diplomats and businessmen worked hard to make sure that when the war ended, American economic power would be second to none in the world. United States business would penetrate areas that up to this time had been dominated by England. The open-door policy of equal access would be
because unlike other places, America wasn't bombed to shit.
The United States intended to push England aside and move in. This is what happened to the Middle East and its oil. In August 1945, a State Department officer said that, quote, "A review of the diplomatic history of the past 35 years will show that petroleum has historically played a larger part in the external relations of the United States than any other commodity," unquote. Saudi Arabia was the largest oil pool in the Middle East. The Aramco Oil Corporation, through Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes, got Roosevelt to agree to lend-lease aid to Saudi Arabia, which would involve the U.S. government there, and create a shield for the interests of Aramco. In 1944, Britain and the U.S. signed a pact on oil, agreeing on, quote, "the principle of equal opportunity," unquote. And Lloyd Gardner concludes economic aspects of New Deal diplomacy that, quote, "the open-door policy was triumphant throughout the Middle East," unquote. Historian Gabriel Kolko, after a close study of American wartime policy, The Politics of War, concludes that, quote, "the American economic war aim was to save capitalism at home and abroad," unquote. In April 1944, a State Department official said, quote, "As you know, we've got to plan on enormously increased production in this country after the war, and the American domestic market can't absorb all that production indefinitely. There won't be any question about our needing greatly increased foreign markets." Anthony Sampson, in his study of the international oil business, The Seven Sisters, says, quote, "By the end of the war, the dominant influence in Saudi Arabia was unquestionably the United States. King Ibn Saud was regarded no longer as a wild desert warrior, but as a key piece in the power game, to be wooed by the West. Roosevelt, on his way back from Yalta in February 1945, entertained the king on the cruiser Quincy, together with his entourage of 50, including 2 sons, a prime minister, an astrologer, and flocks of sheep for slaughter. Roosevelt then wrote to Ibn Saud promising the United States would not change its Palestine policy without consulting the Arabs. In later years, the concern for oil would constantly compete with political concern for the Jewish state in the Middle East, but at this point, oil seemed more important. With British imperial power collapsing during World War II, the United States was ready to move in. Hull said early in the war, quote, "Leadership toward a new system of international relationships in trade and other economic affairs will devolve very largely upon the United States because of our great economic strength. We should assume this leadership and the responsibility that goes with it, primarily for reasons of pure national self-interest." Unquote. Before the war was over, the administration was planning the outlines of the new international economic order, based on partnership between the government and big business. Lloyd Gardner says of Roosevelt's chief advisor, Harry Hopkins, who had organized the relief programs of the New Deal, quote, "No conservative outdid Hopkins in championing foreign investment and its protection," unquote. The poet Archibald MacLeish, then an Assistant Secretary of State, spoke critically of what he saw in the post-war world. Quote, "As things are now going, the peace we will make, the peace we seem to be making, will be a piece of oil, a piece of gold, a piece of shipping, a peace, in brief, without moral purpose or human interest." Unquote. During the war, England and the United States set up the International Monetary Fund to regulate international exchanges of currency. Voting would be proportional to capital contributed, so American dominance would be assured. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development was set up, supposedly, to help reconstruct war-destroyed areas, but one of its first objectives was, in its own words, quote, "to promote foreign investment," unquote. The economic aid countries would need after the war was already seen in political terms. Averell Harriman, ambassador to Russia, said in early 1944, quote, "Economic assistance is one of the most effective weapons at our disposal to influence European political events in the direction we desire," unquote. The creation of the United Nations during the war was presented to the world as international cooperation to prevent future wars, but the UN was dominated by the Western imperial countries, the United States, England, and France, and a new imperial power with military bases and powerful influence in Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union. An important conservative Republican senator, Arthur Vandenberg, wrote in his diary about the United Nations Charter, quote, "The striking thing about it is that it is so conservative from a nationalist standpoint. It is based virtually on a four-power alliance. This is anything but a wild-eyed internationalist dream of a world state. I am deeply impressed and surprised to find Hull so carefully guarding our American veto in his scheme of things." The plight of Jews in German-occupied Europe, which many people thought was at the heart of the war against the Axis, was not a chief concern of Roosevelt. Henry Feingold's research, The Politics of Rescue, shows that while the Jews were being put in camps and the process of annihilation was beginning that would end in the horrifying extermination of 6 million Jews and millions of non-Jews, Roosevelt failed to take steps that might have saved thousands of lives. He did not see it as a high priority. He left it to the State Department, and in the State Department, anti-Semitism and a cold bureaucracy became obstacles to action. Was the war being fought to establish that Hitler was wrong in his ideas of white Nordic supremacy over inferior races?
The United States' armed forces were segregated by race. When troops were jammed onto the Queen Mary in early 1945 to go to combat duty in the European theater, the blacks were stowed down in the depths of the ship near the engine room, as far as possible from the fresh air of the deck, in a bizarre reminder of the slave voyages of old. The Red Cross, with government approval, separated the blood donations of black and white. It was, ironically, a black physician named Charles Drew who developed the blood bank system. He was put in charge of the wartime donations and then fired when he tried to end blood segregation. Despite the urgent need for wartime labor, blacks were still being discriminated against for jobs.
Just, it doesn't mention it, but one of the thoughts that was still going on and probably being perpetuated in the South was that contact with the other supposed races contaminate you. That's why if you see any of these classic anti-racist films, it involves usually someone being appalled that a black person touched their blanket or some other weird shit, or you can't eat the same food, can't eat on the same plate. Somehow their blood would be contaminated. How fucking ridiculous it got. It was. And not to mention how brutal the lynchings were. This book actually doesn't get into it, at least not yet. But there's always an event in a lot of these towns. Kids would get out of school early so they could see the lynched black man or woman being toured around. Usually a man. Oftentimes they would have the children participate in the mutilation. But we're getting sidetracked.
A spokesman for a West Coast aviation plant said, quote, "The Negro will be considered only as janitors and in other similar capacities. Regardless of their training as aircraft workers, we will not employ them." Roosevelt never did anything to enforce the orders of the Fair Employment Practices Commission he had set up. The fascist nations were notorious in their insistence that the woman's place was in the home, yet the war against fascism, although it utilized women in defense industries where they were desperately needed, took no steps to change the subordinate role of women. The War Manpower Commission, despite the large numbers of women in war work, kept women off its policy-making bodies. A report of the Women's Bureau of the Department of Labor by its director, Mary Anderson, said the War Manpower Commission had, quote, "doubts and uneasiness," unquote, about, quote, "what was then regarded as a developing attitude of militancy or a crusading spirit on the part of women leaders," unquote. In one of its policies, the United States came close to direct duplication of fascism. This was in the treatment of the Japanese Americans living on the West Coast.
Yeah.
After the Pearl Harbor attack, anti-Japanese hysteria spread in the government.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Japanese woke up one day, they had no rights. The only rights they had was right this way, into the internment camps. America doesn't like to talk about that too much. You don't usually find that history being taught in schools either, that much either. Usually be mentioned. Right now there's a fight to get rid of the mention altogether.
Government. One congressman said, quote, "I'm for catching every Japanese in America, Alaska, and Hawaii now and putting them in concentration camps. Damn them! Let's get rid of them," unquote.
What irony.
Franklin D. Roosevelt
Fucking
did not
irony.
share this
Palpable.
frenzy, but he calmly signed Executive Order 9066 in February 1942, giving the Army the power without warrants or indictments or hearings to arrest every Japanese American on the West Coast. 110,000 men, women, and children, to take them from their homes, transport them to camps far into the interior and keep them there under prison conditions. 3/4 of these were Nisai, children born in the United States of Japanese parents and therefore American citizens. The other fourth, the Isai, born in Japan, were barred by law from becoming citizens. In 1944, the Supreme Court upheld the forced evacuation on the grounds of military necessity. The Japanese remained in those camps for over 3 years. Michi Weglin was a young girl when her family experienced evacuation and detention. She tells, years of infamy, of bungling in the evacuation, of misery, confusion, anger, but also of Japanese American dignity and fighting back. There were strikes, petitions, mass meetings, refusal to sign loyalty oaths, riots against the camp authorities. The Japanese resisted to the end. Not until after the war did the story of the Japanese Americans begin to be known to the general public. The month the war ended in Asia, September 1945, an article appeared in Harper's Magazine by Yale law professor Eugene V. Rostow, calling the Japanese evacuation, quote, "our worst wartime mistake," unquote. Was it a mistake? Or was it an action to be expected from a nation with a long history of racism and which was fighting a war not to end racism, but to retain the fundamental elements of the American system? It was a war waged by a government whose chief beneficiary, despite volumes of reforms, was a wealthy elite. The alliance between big business and the government went back to the very first proposals of Alexander Hamilton to Congress after the Revolutionary War. By World War II, that partnership had developed and intensified. During the Depression, Roosevelt had once denounced the economic royalists, but he had always had the support of certain important business leaders. During the war, as Bruce Catton saw it from his post in the War Production Board, quote, "The economic royalists, denounced and derided, had a part to play now," unquote. Catton, the warlords of Washington, described the process of industrial mobilization to carry on the war and how in this process wealth became more and more concentrated in fewer and fewer large corporations. In
Ice cream.
1940, the United States had begun sending large
Welcome,
amounts of
goofball,
war
but it's always going to be
supplies
ice cream.
England and France. By 1941, 3/4 of the value of military contracts were handled by 56 large corporations.
Find the delay.
A Senate report, Economic Concentration and World War II, noted that the government contracted for scientific research in industry during the war, and although 2,000 corporations were involved, of $1 billion spent, $400 million went to 10 large corporations.
There it is.
Management remained firmly in charge of decision-making during the war, and although 12 million workers were organized in the CIO and the AFL, labor was in a subordinate position.
Not too much different right now.
Labor Management Committee.
From the Iraq War to Afghanistan to this current Ukraine business. Halliburton's making a killing right now. Anyone says. I'm pretty sure this chapter is going to get into the bombs. So, be wild stuff when we get to that. What flavor? Well, shit. Not shit. I always liked orange sherbet and mint. But if it had to narrow it down even from there, mint chocolate chip. Dreamskull's pretty good too. I mean, there's never really had like an ice cream flavor. I was just like, ugh. I think cake might be the closest one, like cake flavored ice cream, because it was just like there's like double the sugar almost, double the sweetness. But yeah, there's really not gonna be I've yet to really find like a true ice cream flavor that I just despised. You know what? There's probably one I might not. So I haven't never gotten to try it. That would be, biscuits and gravy, turkey and gravy. Something. Chunky ice cream is just not meant to be. Yeah.
Were set up in 5,000 factories as a gesture toward industrial democracy, but they acted mostly as disciplinary groups for absentee workers and devices for increasing production. Catton writes, quote, "The big operators who made the working decisions had decided that nothing very substantial was going to be changed," unquote. Despite the overwhelming atmosphere of patriotism and total dedication to winning the war, despite the no-strike pledges of the AFL and CIO, many of the nation's workers, frustrated by the freezing of wages while business profits rocketed skyward, went on strike. During the war, there were 14,000 strikes, involving 6,770,000 workers, more than in any comparable period in American history.
And imagine that
in
now.
1944 alone, 1 million workers were on strike, in the mines, in the steel mills, in the auto and transportation equipment industries. When the war ended, the strikes continued in record numbers. 3 million on strike in the first half of 1946. According to Jeremy Brecker, strike, if not for the disciplinary hand of the unions, there might have been, quote, "a general confrontation between the workers of a great many industries and the government supporting the employers," unquote. In Lowell, Massachusetts, for example, according to an unpublished manuscript by Mark Miller, The irony of victory, Lowell during World War II. There were as many strikes in 1943 and 1944 as in 1937. It may have been a people's war, but here was dissatisfaction at the fact that the textile mill's profits grew 600% from 1940 to 1946, while wage increases in cotton goods industries went up 36%. How little the war changed the difficult condition of women workers is shown by the fact that in Lowell, among women war workers with children, only 5% could have their children taken care of by nursery schools. The others had to make their own arrangements. Beneath the noise of enthusiastic patriotism, there were many people who thought war was wrong, even in the circumstances of fascist aggression. Out of 10 million drafted for the armed forces during World War II, only 43,000 refused to fight, but this was 3 times the proportion of COs, conscientious objectors, in World War I. Of these 43,000, about 6,000 went to prison, which was proportionately 4 times the number of COs who went to prison during World War I. Of every 6 men in federal prison, 1 was there as a CO. Many more than 43,000 refusers did not show up for the draft at all. The government lists about 350,000 cases of draft evasion, including technical violations as well as actual desertion. So it is hard to tell the true number, but it may be that the number of men who either did not show up or claimed CO status was in the hundreds of thousands. Not a small number. And this is in the face of an American community almost unanimously for the war.
Yeah, I thought it was like a moral
Among those
war.
soldiers who were not conscientious objectors, who seemed willing fighters, it is hard to know how much resentment there was against authority, against having to fight in a war whose aims were unclear, inside a military
Not like we
machine
knew what was going on
whose
either.
lack of democracy was very clear. No one recorded the bitterness of enlisted men against the special
Yes.
privileges of officers in the army of a country known as a democracy. To give just one instance, combat crews in the Air Force in the European...
Right back.
theater,
Let's put my husband's
going
to bed.
the base movies between bombing missions, found 2 lines. An officer's line, short, and an enlisted men's line, very long. There were 2 mess halls. Even as they prepared to go into combat, the enlisted men's food was different, worse than the officers'. The literature that followed World War II, James Jones's From Here to
AJ's character
Eternity,
was a little demented.
Joseph Heller's Catch-22,
Oh, well.
and Norman Mailer's The Naked and the Dead,
I'll keep that.
captured this GI anger against the army brass. In The Naked and the Dead, the soldiers talk in battle, and one of them says, "The only thing wrong with this army is it has never lost a war." Toglio was shocked. "You think we ought to lose this one?" Red found himself carried away. "What have I against the goddamn Japs? You think I care if they keep this fucking jungle? What's it to me if Cummings gets another star?" "General Cummings, he's a good man," Martinez said. "There ain't a good officer in the world," Red stated. There seemed to be widespread indifference, even hostility, on the part of the Negro community to the war, despite the attempts of Negro newspapers and Negro leaders to mobilize black sentiment. Lawrence Whitner, Rebels Against War, quotes a black journalist, quote, "The Negro is angry, resentful, and utterly apathetic about the war. Fight for what?" he is asking. "This war doesn't mean a thing to me. If we win, I lose. So what?"
Yeah.
A black army officer home on
The general
furlough
populace wouldn't know a
told
fucking
friends
difference.
In Harlem, he had been in hundreds of bull sessions with Negro soldiers and found no interest in the war. A student at a Negro college told his teacher, quote, "The Army Jim Crows us. The Navy lets us serve only as mess men. The Red Cross refuses our blood. Employers and labor unions shut us out. Lynchings continue. We are disenfranchised, Jim Crowed, spat upon. What more could Hitler do than that?" NAACP leader Walter White repeated this to a black
shit, Walter
audience
White
of
was there?
several thousand people in the Midwest,
You have a time
thinking
machine?
they would disapprove, but instead, as he recalled, quote, "To my surprise and dismay, the audience burst into such applause that it took me some 30 or 40 seconds to quiet it." In January 1943, there appeared in a Negro newspaper this draftee's prayer. Quote, "Dear Lord, today I go to war, to fight, to die. Tell me what for. Dear Lord,
Funny.
I'll fight. I do not fear Germans or Japs. My fears are here, America." But there was no organized Negro opposition to the war. In fact, there was little organized opposition from any source. The Communist Party was enthusiastically in support. The Socialist Party was divided, unable to make a clear statement one way or the other. A few small anarchist and pacifist groups refused to back the war. The Women's International League for Peace and Freedom said, quote, "War between nations or classes or races cannot permanently settle conflicts or heal the wounds that brought them into being." The Catholic Worker wrote, quote, "We are still pacifists," unquote. The difficulty of merely calling for peace in a world of capitalism, fascism, communism, dynamic ideologies, aggressive actions troubled some pacifists. They began to speak of revolutionary nonviolence. A.J. Must of the Fellowship of Reconciliation said in later years, quote, "I was not impressed with the sentimental, easygoing pacifism of the earlier part of the century. People then felt that if they sat and talked pleasantly of peace and love, they would solve the problems of the world," unquote. The world was in the midst of a revolution, Must realized, and those against violence must take revolutionary action, but without violence, a movement of revolutionary pacifism would have to, quote, "make effective contacts with oppressed and minority groups, such as Negroes, sharecroppers, industrial workers," unquote. Only one organized socialist group opposed the war unequivocally. This was the Socialist Workers' Party.
The Espionage Act of 1917, still on the books, applied to wartime statements, but in 1940, with the United States not yet at war, Congress passed the Smith Act. This took espionage prohibitions against talk or writing that would lead to refusal of duty in the armed forces and applied them to peacetime. The Smith Act also made it a crime to advocate the overthrow of the government by force and violence, or to join any group that advocated this, or to publish anything with such ideas. In Minneapolis in 1943, 18 members of the Socialist Workers' Party were convicted for belonging to a party whose ideas, expressed in its Declaration of Principles and in the Communist Manifesto, were said to violate the Smith Act. They were sentenced to prison terms, and the Supreme Court refused to review their case. A few voices continued to insist that the real war was inside each nation. Dwight MacDonald's wartime magazine Politics presented, in early 1945, an article by the French worker philosopher Simone Weil. Quote, "Whether the mask is labeled fascism, democracy, or dictatorship of the proletariat, our great adversary remains the apparatus, the bureaucracy, the police, the military, not the one facing us across the frontier or the battle lines, which is not so much our enemy as our brother's enemy, but the one that calls itself our protector and makes us its slaves. No matter what the circumstances, the worst betrayal will always be to subordinate ourselves to this apparatus and to trample underfoot in its service all human values in ourselves and in others." Still, the vast bulk of the American population was mobilized, in the army and in civilian life, to fight the war, and the atmosphere of war enveloped more and more Americans. Public opinion polls showed large majorities of soldiers favoring the draft for the post-war period. Hatred against the enemy, against the Japanese particularly, became widespread. Racism was clearly at work. Time magazine, reporting the Battle of Iwo Jima, said, quote, "The ordinary, unreasoning Jap is ignorant. Perhaps he is human. Nothing
Perhaps
he
is human."
So, there was a mass base of support for what became the heaviest bombardment of civilians ever undertaken in any war: the aerial attacks on German and Japanese cities. One might argue that this popular support made it a people's war, but if people's war means a war of people against attack, a defensive war, if it means a war fought for humane reasons instead of for the privileges of an elite, a war against the few, not the many, then the tactics of all-out aerial assault against the populations of Germany and Japan destroy that notion. Italy had bombed cities in the Ethiopian War. Italy and Germany had bombed civilians in the Spanish Civil War. At the start of World War II, German planes dropped bombs on Rotterdam in Holland, Coventry in England, and elsewhere. Roosevelt had described these as, quote, "inhuman barbarism that has profoundly shocked the conscience of humanity," unquote. These German bombings were very small compared with the British and American bombings of German cities. In January 1943, the Allies met at Casablanca and agreed on large-scale air attacks to achieve, quote, "the destruction and dislocation of the German military, industrial, and economic system, and the undermining of the morale of the German people to the point where their capacity for armed resistance is fatally weakened," unquote. And so, the saturation bombing of German cities began, with 1,000-plane raids on Cologne, Essen, Frankfurt, Hamburg. The English flew at night with no pretense of aiming at military targets. The Americans flew in the daytime and pretended precision. But bombing from high altitudes made that impossible. The climax of this terror bombing was the bombing of Dresden in early 1945, in which the tremendous heat generated by the bombs created a vacuum into which fire leaped swiftly in a great firestorm through the city. More than 100,000 died in Dresden. Winston Churchill,
Insane,
in his
just like that.
wartime memoir,
100,000 people
confined
gone.
himself to this account of the incident. Quote, "We made a heavy raid in the latter month on Dresden, then a center of communication of Germany's Eastern Front." Unquote. The bombing of Japanese cities continued the strategy of saturation bombing to destroy civilian morale. One nighttime firebombing of Tokyo took 80,000 lives. And then, on August 6th, 1945, came the lone American plane in the sky over Hiroshima, dropping the first atomic bomb, leaving perhaps 100,000 Japanese dead and tens of thousands more slowly dying from radiation poisoning. 12 U.S. Navy flyers in the Hiroshima city jail were killed in the bombing, a fact that the U.S. government has never officially acknowledged, according to historian Martin Sherwin, A World Destroyed. 3 days later, a second atomic bomb was dropped on the city of Nagasaki, with perhaps 50,000 killed. The justification for these atrocities was that this would end the war quickly, making unnecessary an invasion of Japan. Such an invasion would cost a huge number of lives, the government said. 1 million, according to Secretary of State Burns. 500,000, Truman claimed, was the figure given to him by General George Marshall. When the papers of the Manhattan Project, the project to build the atom bomb, were released years later, they showed that Marshall urged a warning to the Japanese about the bomb so people could be removed and only military targets hit. These estimates of invasion losses were not realistic, and seem to have been pulled out of the air to justify bombings which, as their effects became known, horrified more and more people. Japan, by August 1945, was in desperate shape and ready to surrender. New York Times military analyst Hanson Baldwin wrote shortly after the war, quote, "The enemy, in a military sense, was in a hopeless strategic position by the time the Potsdam demand for unconditional surrender was made on July 26th. Such, then, was the situation when we wiped out Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Need we have done it? No one can, of course, be positive, but the answer is almost certainly negative." The United States Strategic Bombing Survey, set up by the War Department in 1944 to study the results of aerial attacks in the war, interviewed hundreds of Japanese civilian and military leaders after Japan surrendered, and reported just after the war, quote, "Based on a detailed investigation of all the facts and supported by the testimony of the surviving Japanese leaders involved, it is the survey's opinion that, certainly prior to 31st December 1945, and in all probability prior to 1st November 1945, Japan would have surrendered, even if the atomic bombs had not been dropped, even if Russia had not entered the war, and even if no invasion had been planned or contemplated." But could American leaders have known this in August 1945? The answer is clearly yes. The Japanese code had been broken, and Japan's messages were being intercepted. It was known the Japanese had instructed their ambassador in Moscow to work on peace negotiations with the Allies. Japanese leaders had been talking of surrender a year before this, and the emperor himself had begun to suggest in June 1945 that alternatives to fighting to the end be considered. On July 13th, Foreign Minister Shigenori Togo wired his ambassador in Moscow, quote, "Unconditional surrender is the only obstacle to peace," unquote. Martin Sherwin, after an exhaustive study of the relevant historical documents, concludes, quote, "Having broken the Japanese code before the war, American intelligence was able to, and did, relay this message to the president. But it had no effect whatever on efforts to bring the war to a conclusion." If only the Americans had not insisted on unconditional surrender, that is, if they were willing to accept one condition to the surrender, that the emperor, a holy figure to the Japanese, remain in place, the Japanese would have agreed to stop the war. Why did the United States not take that small step to save both American and Japanese lives? Was it because too much money and effort had been invested in the atomic bomb not to drop it? General Leslie Groves, head of the Manhattan Project, described Truman as a man on a toboggan, the momentum too great to stop it. Or was it, as British scientist P.M.S. Blackett suggested, Fear, War, and the Bomb, that the United States was anxious to drop the bomb before the Russians entered the war against Japan? The Russians had secretly agreed, they were officially not at war with Japan, they would come into the war 90 days after the end of the European War. That turned out to be May 8th. And so, on August 8th, the Russians were due to declare war on Japan. But by then, the big bomb had been dropped, and the next day, a second one would be dropped on Nagasaki. The Japanese would surrender to the United States, not the Russians, and the United States would be the occupier of post-war Japan. In other words, Blackett says, the dropping of the bomb was, quote, the first major operation of the cold diplomatic war with Russia, unquote. Blackett is supported by American historian Gar Alperovitz, Atomic Diplomacy, who notes a diary entry for July 28, 1945, by Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal, describing Secretary of State James F. Burns as, quote, most anxious to get the Japanese affair over with before the Russians got in, unquote. Truman had said, quote, the world will note that the first atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, a military base. That was because we wished in this first attack to avoid, insofar as possible, the killing of civilians, unquote. It was a preposterous statement. Those 100,000 killed in Hiroshima were almost all civilians. The U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey said in its official report, quote, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were chosen as targets because of their concentration of activities and population, unquote. The dropping of the second bomb on Nagasaki seems to have been scheduled in advance, and no one has ever been able to explain why it was dropped. Was it because this was a plutonium bomb, whereas the Hiroshima bomb was a uranium bomb? Were the dead and irradiated of Nagasaki victims of a scientific experiment? Martin Sherwin says that among the Nagasaki dead were probably American prisoners of war. He notes a message of July 31st from headquarters, U.S. Army Strategic Air Forces, Guam, to the
some of the other things I've learned about Japan. And
reports
America's
prisoner
influence,
of war
probably.
sources not verified by photos. Give location of Allied prisoner of war camp 1 mile north of center of city of Nagasaki. Does this influence the choice of this target for initial centerboard operation? Request immediate reply. The reply, quote, targets previously assigned for centerboard remain unchanged, unquote. True, the war had ended quickly. Italy had been defeated a year earlier. Germany had recently surrendered, crushed primarily by the armies of the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front, aided by the Allied armies on the West. Now Japan surrendered. The fascist powers were destroyed. But what about fascism as idea, as reality? Were its essential elements, militarism, racism, imperialism, now gone? Or were they absorbed into the already poisoned bones of the victors? A.J. Must, the revolutionary pacifist, had predicted in 1941, quote, the problem after a war is with the victor. He thinks he has just proved that war and violence pay. Who will now teach him a lesson, unquote. The victors were the Soviet Union and the United States, also England, France, and nationalist China, but they were weak. Both these countries now went to work, without swastikas, goose-stepping, or officially declared racism, but under the cover of socialism on one side and democracy on the other to carve out their own empires of influence. They proceeded to share and contest with one another the domination of the world, to build military machines far greater than the fascist countries had built, to control the destinies of more countries than Hitler, Mussolini, and Japan had been able to do. They also acted to control their own populations, each country with its own techniques, crude in the Soviet Union, sophisticated in the United States, to make their rule secure. The war not only put the United States in a position to dominate much of the world, it created conditions for effective control at home. The unemployment, the economic distress, and the consequent turmoil that had marked the 30s, only partly relieved by New Deal measures, had been pacified, overcome by greater turmoil of the war. The war brought higher prices for farmers, higher wages, enough prosperity for enough of the population to assume against the rebellions that so threatened the 30s. As Lawrence Whitner writes, quote, "The war rejuvenated American capitalism," unquote. The biggest gains were in corporate profits, which rose from $6.4 billion in 1940 to $10.8 billion in 1944. But enough went to workers and farmers to make them feel the system was doing well for them. It was an old lesson learned by governments that war solves problems of control. Charles E. Wilson, the president of General Motors, was so happy about the wartime situation that he suggested a continuing alliance between business and the military for, quote, "a permanent war economy."
And it hasn't been changed since.
That is what happened. When, right after the war,
Still have a
the
permanent
American
war
public,
business economy.
war-weary, seemed to favor demobilization and disarmament, the Truman administration, Roosevelt had died in April 1945, worked to create an atmosphere of crisis and Cold War. True, the rivalry with the Soviet Union was real. That country had come out of the war with its economy wrecked and 20 million people dead, but was making an astounding comeback, rebuilding its industry, regaining military strength. The Truman administration, however, presented the Soviet Union as not just a rival, but an immediate threat. In a series of moves abroad and at home, it established a climate of fear, a hysteria about communism, which would steeply escalate the military budget and stimulate the economy with war-related orders. This combination of policies would permit more aggressive actions abroad, more repressive actions at home. Revolutionary movements in Europe and Asia were described to the American public as examples of Soviet expansionism, thus recalling the indignation against Hitler's aggressions. In Greece, which had been a right-wing monarchy and dictatorship before the war, a popular left-wing National Liberation Front, the EAM, was put down by a British army of intervention immediately after the war. A right-wing dictatorship was restored. When opponents of the regime were jailed and trade union leaders removed, a left-wing guerrilla movement began to grow against the regime, soon consisting of 17,000 fighters, 50,000 active supporters, and perhaps 250,000 sympathizers in a country of 7 million. Great Britain said it could not handle the rebellion and asked the United States to come in. As a State Department officer said later, quote, "Great Britain had within the hour handed the job of world leadership to the United States," unquote. The United States responded with the Truman Doctrine, the name given to a speech Truman gave to Congress in the spring of 1947, in which he asked for $400 million in military and economic aid to Greece and Turkey. Truman said the U.S. must help, quote, "free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures." In fact, the biggest outside pressure was the United States. The Greek rebels were getting some aid from Yugoslavia, but no aid from the Soviet Union, which during the war had promised Churchill a free hand in Greece if he would give the Soviet Union its way in Romania, Poland, Bulgaria. The Soviet Union, like the United States, did not seem to be willing to help revolutions it could not control. Truman said the world, quote, "must choose between alternative ways of life," unquote. One way was based on, quote, "the will of the majority, distinguished by free institutions," unquote. The other was based on, quote, "the will of a minority, terror and oppression, the suppression of personal freedoms," unquote.
Really?
Truman's advisor, Clark Clifford, had suggested that in his message, Truman connect the intervention in Greece to something less rhetorical, more practical. Quote, "The great natural resources of the Middle East," unquote. Clifford meant oil, but Truman didn't mention that. The United States moved into the Greek Civil War not with soldiers, but with weapons and military advisors. In the last 5 months of 1947, 74,000 tons of military equipment were sent by the United States to the right-wing government in Athens, including artillery, dive bombers, and stocks of napalm. 250 army officers, headed by General James Van Fleet, advised the Greek army in the field. Van Fleet started a policy, standard in dealing with popular insurrections, of forcibly removing thousands of Greeks from their homes in the countryside to try to isolate the guerrillas, to remove the source of their support. With that aid, the rebellion was defeated in 1949. United States economic and military aid continued to the Greek government. Investment capital from Esso, Dow Chemical, Chrysler, and other U.S. corporations flowed into Greece, but illiteracy, poverty, and starvation remained widespread there, with the country in the hands of what Richard Barnett, Intervention and Revolution, called, quote, "a particularly brutal and backward military dictatorship," unquote. In China, a revolution was already underway when World War II ended, led by a communist movement with enormous mass support. A Red Army, which had fought against the Japanese, now fought to oust the corrupt dictatorship of Chiang Kai-shek, which was supported by the United States. The United States, by 1949, had given $2 billion in aid to Chiang Kai-shek's forces, but according to the State Department's own white paper on China, Chiang Kai-shek's government had lost the confidence of its own troops and its own people. In January 1949, Chinese communist forces moved into Beijing. The Civil War was over, and China was in the hands of a revolutionary movement, the closest thing in the long history of that ancient country to a people's government, independent of outside control. The United States was trying, in the post-war decade, to create a national consensus, excluding the radicals who could not support a foreign policy aimed at suppressing revolution, of conservatives and liberals, Republicans and Democrats around the policies of Cold War and anti-communism. Such a coalition could best be created by a liberal democratic president, whose aggressive policy abroad would be supported by conservatives, and whose welfare programs at home, Truman's Fair Deal, would be attractive to liberals, if, in addition, liberals and traditional Democrats could, the memory of the war was still fresh, support a foreign policy against, quote, aggression, unquote. The radical liberal bloc created by World War II would be broken up. And perhaps, if the anti-communist mood became strong enough, liberals could support repressive moves at home, which in ordinary times would be seen as violating the liberal tradition of tolerance. In 1950, there came an event that speeded the formation of the liberal-conservative consensus: Truman's undeclared war in Korea. Korea, occupied by Japan for 35 years, was liberated from Japan after World War II and divided into North Korea, a socialist dictatorship, part of the Soviet sphere of influence, and South Korea, a right-wing dictatorship in the American sphere. There had been threats back and forth between the two Koreas, and when, on June 25, 1950, North Korean armies moved southward across the 38th parallel in an invasion of South Korea, the United Nations, dominated by the United States, asked its members to help repel the armed attack. Truman ordered the American armed forces to help South Korea, and the American Army became the UN Army. Truman said, quote, "A return to the rule of force in international affairs would have far-reaching effects. The United States will continue to uphold the rule of law," unquote. The United States' response to the rule of force was to reduce Korea, north and south, to a shambles. In 3 years of bombing and shelling, Napalm was dropped, and a BBC journalist described the result. Quote, "In front of us, a curious figure was standing, a little crouched, legs straddled, arms held out from his sides. He had no eyes, and the whole of his body, nearly all of which was visible through tatters of burnt rags, was covered with a hard black crust, speckled with yellow pus. He had to stand because he was no longer covered with a skin, but with a crust-like crackling which broke easily.
My God, everyone keeps talking about this fucking YouTube apology.
Ash, which I personally had seen and realized the sort of casualty list
Very bored with
which
it.
must be mounting up along the Korean front. Perhaps 2 million Koreans, north and south, were killed in the Korean War, all in the name of opposing.
If enough people talk about how terrible your apology is, does it cycle back around and all of a sudden become like so bad it's good? Like how many people have to like dog on it? So yeah, this woman accused of grooming children came out with an apology, but she did it in song, playing a ukulele or something. And so everyone's declaring it the worst apology ever. I don't know. If people are dogging on it, I think it's starting to come back around, become the best one. Has anyone ever given this much attention to an apology video? I think this person might have something going on here, you know? Back foot, see that. Be like. Alright, I want to work on some of these stickers. I'll continue this chapter. 2/3 of the way there.
The rule of force. As for the rule of law Truman spoke about, the American military moves seemed to go beyond that. The UN resolution had called for action, quote, to repel the armed attack and to restore peace and security in the area, unquote. But the American armies, after pushing the North Koreans back across the 38th parallel, advanced all the way up through North Korea to the Yalu River on the border of China.
Not gonna lie, the temptation to play a video game is really strong.
The Chinese then swept southward and the war was stalemated at the 38th parallel until peace negotiations restored, in 1953, the old boundary between North and South. The Korean War mobilized liberal opinion behind the war and the president. It created the kind of coalition that was needed to sustain a policy of intervention abroad, militarization of the economy at home. This meant trouble for those who stayed outside the coalition as radical critics. Alonzo Hamby noted, beyond the New Deal, that the Korean War was supported by the New Republic, by the Nation, and by Henry Wallace, who in 1948 had run against Truman on a left coalition Progressive Party ticket. The liberals didn't like Senator Joseph McCarthy, who hunted for communists everywhere, even among liberals, but the Korean War, as Hamby says, quote,
yeah, no kidding,
had given McCarthyism a new lease on life, unquote. The left had become very influential in the hard times of the 30s, and during the war against fascism. The actual membership of the Communist Party was not large, fewer than 100,000 probably, but it was a potent force in trade unions numbering millions of members, in the arts, and among countless Americans who may have been led by the failure of the capitalist system in the 30s to look favorably on communism and socialism.
Are we on it?
Thus, if the establishment after World War II was to make capitalism more secure in the country and to build a consensus of support for the American empire, it had to weaken and isolate the left. 2 weeks after presenting to the country the Truman Doctrine for Greece and Turkey, Truman issued on March 22, 1947, Executive Order 9835,
some are bigger than others.
initiating a program to search out any, quote, infiltration of disloyal persons, unquote, in the U.S. government. In their book, The 50s, Douglas Miller and Marion Nowak comment, quote, though Truman would later complain of the great wave of hysteria sweeping the nation, his commitment to victory over communism, to completely safeguarding the United States from external and internal threats, was in large measure responsible for creating that very hysteria. Between the launching of his security program in March 1947 and December 1952, some 6.6 million persons were investigated. Not a single case of espionage was uncovered, though about 500 persons were dismissed in dubious cases of questionable loyalty. All of this was conducted with secret evidence, secret and often paid informers, and neither judge nor jury. Despite the failure to find subversion, the broad scope of the official Red Hunt gave popular credence to the notion that the government was riddled with spies. A conservative and fearful reaction coursed the country. Americans became convinced of the need for absolute security and the preservation of the established order. Unquote. World events right after the war made it easier to build up public support for the anti-communist crusade at home. In 1948, the Communist Party in Czechoslovakia ousted non-communists from the government and established their own rule. The Soviet Union that year blockaded Berlin, which was a jointly occupied city isolated inside the Soviet sphere of East Germany, forcing the United States to airlift supplies into Berlin. In 1949, there was a communist victory in China, and in that year also, the Soviet Union exploded its first atomic bomb. In 1950, the Korean War began. These were all portrayed to the public as signs of a world communist conspiracy. Not as publicized as the communist victories, but just as disturbing to the American government, was the upsurge all over the world of colonial peoples demanding independence. Revolutionary movements were growing in Indochina against the French, in Indonesia against the Dutch, in the Philippines, armed rebellion against the United States. In Africa, there were rumblings of discontent in the form of strikes. Basil Davidson, Let Freedom Come, tells of the longest recorded strike, 160 days, in African history, of 19,000 railwaymen in French West Africa in 1947, whose message to the Governor-General showed the new mood of militancy. Quote, open your prisons, make ready your machine guns and cannon. Nevertheless, at midnight on 10 October, if our demands are not met, we declare the general strike, unquote. The year before, in South Africa, 100,000 gold mine workers stopped work, demanding 10 shillings, about $2.50 a day in wages, the greatest strike in the history of South Africa, and it took a military attack to get them back to work. In 1950, in Kenya, there was a general strike against starvation wages. So it was not just Soviet expansion that was threatening to the United States government and to American business interests. In fact, China, Korea, Indochina, the Philippines represented local communist movements, not Russian fomentation. It was a general wave of anti-imperialist insurrection in the world, which would require gigantic American effort to defeat. National unity for militarization of the budget, for the suppression of domestic opposition to such a foreign policy. Truman and the liberals in Congress proceeded to try to create a new national unity for the post-war years with the Executive Order on Loyalty Oaths, Justice Department prosecutions, and anti-communist legislation. In this atmosphere, Senator Joseph McCarthy of Wisconsin could go even further than Truman. Speaking to a women's Republican club in Wheeling, West Virginia in early 1950, he held up some papers and shouted, quote, I have here in my hand a list of 205, a list of names that were made known to the Secretary of State.
as being members of the Communist Party and who nevertheless are still working and shaping policy in the State Department, unquote. The next day, speaking in Salt Lake City, McCarthy claimed he had a list of 57, the number kept changing, such communists in the State Department. Shortly afterward, he appeared on the floor of the Senate with photostatic copies of about 100 dossiers from the State Department loyalty files. The dossiers were 3 years old, and most of the people were no longer with the State Department, but McCarthy read from them anyway, inventing, adding, and changing as he read. In one case, he changed the dossier's description of liberal to, quote, communistically inclined, unquote. In another form, quote, active fellow traveler, unquote, to active communist, unquote, and so on. McCarthy kept on like this for the next few years as chairman of the Permanent Investigations Subcommittee of a
You will
Senate
defend this
Committee on
guy?
Government Operations. He investigated the State Department's information program, its Voice of America, and its overseas libraries, which included books by people McCarthy considered communists. The State Department reacted in panic, issuing a stream of directives to its library centers across the world. 40 books were removed, including the selected works of Thomas Jefferson, edited by Philip Foner, and The Children's Hour by Lillian Hellman. Some books were burned. McCarthy became bolder. In the spring of 1954, he began hearings to investigate supposed subversives in the military. When he began attacking generals for not being hard enough on suspected communists, he antagonized Republicans as well as Democrats, and in December 1954, the Senate voted overwhelmingly to censure him for, quote, conduct unbecoming a member of the United States Senate, unquote. The censure resolution avoided criticizing McCarthy's anti-communist lies and exaggerations. It concentrated on minor matters.
Yeah, that was in
on
their
his
interest.
refusal to appear before a Senate subcommittee on privileges and elections, and his abuse of an Army general at his hearings. At the very time the Senate was censuring McCarthy, Congress was putting through a whole series of anti-communist bills. Liberal Hubert Humphrey introduced an amendment to one of them to make the Communist Party illegal, saying, quote, I do not intend to be a half-patriot. Either senators are for recognizing the Communist Party for what it is, or they will continue to trip over the niceties of legal technicalities and details, unquote. The liberals in the government were themselves acting to exclude, persecute, fire, and even imprison communists. It was just that McCarthy had gone too far, attacking not only communists, but liberals, endangering that broad liberal-conservative coalition which was considered essential. For instance, Lyndon Johnson, a Senate minority leader, worked not only to pass the censure resolution on McCarthy, but also to keep it within the narrow bounds of, quote, conduct unbecoming a member of the United States Senate, unquote, rather than questioning McCarthy's anti-communism. John F. Kennedy was cautious on the issue, didn't speak out against McCarthy. He was absent when the censure vote was taken and never said how he would have voted. McCarthy's insistence that communism had won in China because of softness on communism in the American government was close to Kennedy's own view, expressed in the House of Representatives January 1949, when the Chinese communists took over Beijing. Kennedy said, quote, Mr. Speaker, over this weekend we have learned the extent of the disaster that has befallen China and the United States. The responsibility for the failure of our foreign policy in the Far East rests squarely with the White House and the Department of State. The continued insistence that aid would not be forthcoming unless a coalition government with the communists was formed was a crippling blow to the national government. So concerned were our diplomats and their advisors, the Lattimores and the Fairbanks, both scholars in the field of Chinese history. Owen Lattimore, a favorite target of McCarthy, John Fairbank, a Harvard professor. With the imperfection of the democratic system in China after 20 years of war and the tales of corruption in high places, that they lost sight of our tremendous stake in a non-communist China. This House must now assume the responsibility of preventing the onrushing tide of communism from engulfing all of Asia. When in 1950 Republicans sponsored an Internal Security Act for the registration of organizations found to be Communist Action or Communist Front, liberal senators did not fight that head-on. Instead, some of them, including Hubert Humphrey and Herbert Lehman, proposed a substitute measure, the setting up of detention centers, really concentration camps, for suspected subversives who, when the president declared an internal security emergency,
Just not too
would
long
be
after
held
World War
without
II.
trial. The detention camp bill became not a substitute for, but an addition to, the Internal Security Act, and the proposed camps were set up, ready for use. In 1968, a time of general disillusionment with anti-communism, this law was repealed. Truman's executive order on loyalty in 1947 required the Department of Justice to draw up a list of organizations it decided were, quote, totalitarian, fascist, communist, or subversive, or as seeking to alter the form of government of the United States by an unconstitutional means. Not only membership in, but also, quote, sympathetic association, unquote, with any organization on the Attorney General's list would be considered in determining disloyalty. By 1954, there were hundreds of groups on this list, including, besides the Communist Party and the Ku Klux Klan, the Chopin Cultural Center, the Cervantes Fraternal Society, the Committee for the Negro and the Arts, the Committee for the Protection of the Bill of Rights, the League of American Writers, the Nature Friends of America, People's Drama, the Washington Bookshop Association, and the Yugoslav Seamen's Club. It was not McCarthy and the Republicans, but the liberal Democratic Truman administration, whose Justice Department initiated a series of prosecutions that intensified the nation's anti-communist mood. The most important of these was the prosecution of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg in the summer of 1950. The Rosenbergs were charged with espionage. The major evidence was supplied by a few people who had already confessed to being spies, and were either in prison or under indictment. David Greenglass, the brother of Ethel Rosenberg, was the key witness. He had been a machinist at the Manhattan Project Laboratory at Los Alamos, New Mexico, in 1944 through 1945, when the atomic bomb was being made there, and testified that Julius Rosenberg had asked him to get information for the Russians. Greenglass said he had made sketches from memory for his brother-in-law of experiments with lenses to be used to detonate atomic bombs. He said Rosenberg had given him half of the cardboard top to a box of Jell-O and told him a man would show up in New Mexico with the other half, and that, in June 1945, Harry Gold appeared with the other half of the box top, and Greenglass gave him information he had memorized. Gold, already serving a 30-year sentence in another espionage case, came out of jail to corroborate Greenglass's testimony. He had never met the Rosenbergs, but said a Soviet embassy official gave him half of a Jell-O box top and told him to contact Greenglass, saying, quote, "I have come from Julius," unquote. Gold said he took the sketches Greenglass had drawn from memory and gave them to the Russian official. There were troubling aspects to all this. Did Gold cooperate in return for early release from prison? After serving 15 years of his 30-year sentence, he was paroled. Did Greenglass, under indictment at the time he testified, also know that his life depended on his cooperation? He was given 15 years, served half of it, and was released. How reliable a memorizer of atomic information was David Greenglass, an ordinary-level machinist, not a scientist, who had taken 6 courses at Brooklyn Polytechnical Institute and flunked 5 of them? Gold's and Greenglass's stories had first not been in accord,
but they were both placed on the same floor of the Tombs prison in New York before the trial, giving them a chance to coordinate their testimony. How reliable was Gold's testimony? It turned out that he had been prepared for the Rosenberg case by 400 hours of interviews with the FBI. It also turned out that Gold was a frequent and highly imaginative liar. He was a witness in a later trial where defense counsel asked Gold about his invention of a fictional wife and fictional children. The attorney asked, quote, "You lied for a period of 6 years?" unquote. Gold responded, quote, "I lied for a period of 16 years, not alone 6 years," unquote. Gold was the only witness at the trial to connect Julius Rosenberg and David Greenglass to the Russians. The FBI agent who had questioned Gold was interviewed 20 years after the case by a journalist. He was asked about the password Gold was supposed to have used. "Julius sent me." The FBI man said, quote, "Gold couldn't remember the name he had been given. He thought he had said, 'I come from,' or something like that. I suggested, 'Might it have been Julius?' That refreshed his memory," unquote. When the Rosenbergs were found guilty and Judge Irving Kaufman pronounced sentence, he said, quote, "I believe your conduct in putting into the hands of the Russians the A-bomb years before our best scientists predicted Russia would perfect the bomb has already caused the communist aggression in Korea, with the resultant casualties exceeding 50,000 Americans, and who knows but that millions more of innocent people may pay the price for your treason." He sentenced them both to die in the electric chair.
Yeah.
Morton Sobel was also on trial as a co-conspirator with the Rosenbergs. The chief witness against him was an old friend, the best man at his wedding, a man who was facing possible perjury charges by the federal government for lying about his political past. This was Max Eilicher, who testified that he had once driven Sobel to a Manhattan housing project where the Rosenbergs lived, and that Sobel got out of the car, took from the glove compartment what appeared to be a film can, went off, and returned without the can. There was no evidence about what was in the film can. The case against Sobel seemed so weak that Sobel's lawyer decided there was no need to present a defense. But the jury found Sobel guilty, and Kaufman sentenced him to 30 years in prison. He was sent to Alcatraz, parole was repeatedly denied, and he spent 19 years in various prisons before he was released. FBI documents subpoenaed in the 1970s showed that Judge Kaufman had conferred with the prosecutors secretly about the sentences he would give in the case. Another document shows that after 3 years of appeal, a meeting took place between Attorney General Herbert Brownell and Chief Justice Fred Vinson of the Supreme Court. And the Chief Justice assured the Attorney General that if any Supreme Court justice gave a stay of execution, he would immediately call a full court session and override it. There had been a worldwide campaign of protest. Albert Einstein, whose letter to Roosevelt early in the war had initiated work on the atomic bomb, appealed for the Rosenbergs, as did Jean-Paul Sartre, Pablo Picasso, and the sister of Bartolomeo Vanzetti. There was an appeal to President Truman just before he left office in the spring of 1953. It was turned down. Then another appeal to the new president, Dwight Eisenhower, was also turned down. At the last moment, Justice William O. Douglas granted a stay of execution. Chief Justice Vinson sent out special jets to bring the vacationing justices back to Washington from various parts of the country. They canceled Douglas's stay in time for the Rosenbergs to be executed, June 19, 1953. It was a demonstration to the people of the country, though very few could identify with the Rosenbergs, of what lay at the end of the line for those the government decided were traitors. In that same period, in the early 50s, the House Un-American Activities Committee was at its heyday, interrogating Americans about their communist connections, holding them in contempt if they refused to answer, distributing millions of pamphlets to the American public. Quote, 100 things you should know about communism. Where can communists be found? Everywhere, unquote. Liberals often criticized the committee, but in Congress, liberals and conservatives alike voted to fund it year after year. Oh, just like police. By 1958, only one member of the House of Representatives, James Roosevelt, voted against giving it money, although Truman criticized the committee. His own attorney general had expressed in 1950 the same idea that motivated its investigations. Quote, there are today
Liberals will
many
criticize
communists
police but
in
continue to
America.
fund
They
them.
are everywhere, in factories, offices, butcher shops, on street corners, in private businesses, and each carries in himself the germs of death for society. Liberal intellectuals rode the anti-communist bandwagon. Commentary magazine denounced the Rosenbergs and their supporters. One of Commentary's writers, Irving Kristol, asked in March 1952, quote, do we defend our rights by protecting communists? Unquote. His answer, no. It was Truman's Justice Department that prosecuted the leaders of the Communist Party under the Smith Act, charging them with conspiring to teach and advocate the overthrow of the government by force and violence. The evidence consisted mostly of the fact that the communists were distributing Marxist-Leninist literature, which the prosecution contended called for violent revolution. There was certainly not evidence of any immediate danger of violent revolution by the Communist Party. The Supreme Court decision was given by Truman's appointee, Chief Justice Vinson. He stretched the old doctrine of the clear and present danger by saying there was a clear and present conspiracy to make a revolution at some convenient time. And so, the top leadership of the Communist Party was put in prison, and soon after, most of its organizers went underground. Undoubtedly, there was success in the attempt to make the general public fearful of communists and ready to take drastic actions against them. Imprisonment at home, military action abroad, the whole culture was permeated with anti-communism. The large circulation magazines had articles like, quote, how communists get that way, unquote. And, quote, communists are after your child.
They're after your child.
The New York Times in 1956 ran an editorial, quote, we would not knowingly employ a Communist Party member in the news or editorial departments because we would not trust his ability to report the news objectively or to comment on it honestly, unquote. An FBI informer's story about his exploits as a communist who became an FBI agent, quote, I led 3 lives, unquote, was serialized in 500 newspapers and put on television. Hollywood movies had titles like I Married a Communist and I Was a Communist for the FBI. Between 1948 and 1954, more than 40 anti-communist films came out of Hollywood. Even the American Civil Liberties Union, set up specifically to defend the liberties of communists and all other political groups, began to wilt in the Cold War atmosphere. It had already started in this direction back in 1940 when it expelled one of its charter members, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, because she was a member of the Communist Party. In the 50s, the ACLU was hesitant to defend Corliss Lamont, its own board member, and Owen Lattimore when both were under attack. It was reluctant to defend publicly the communist leaders during the first Smith Act trial, and kept completely out of the Rosenberg case, saying no civil liberty issues were involved. Young and old were taught that anti-communism was heroic. 3 million copies were sold of the book by Mickey Spillane, published in 1951, One Lonely Night, in which the hero, Mike Hammer, says, quote, I killed more people tonight than I have fingers on my hands. I shot them in cold blood and enjoyed every minute of it. They were commies. Red sons of bitches who should have died long ago. Unquote.
The most fascist sounding thing
I've
I've
heard. A comic strip hero, Captain America, said, quote, beware, commies, spies, traitors, and foreign agents. Captain America, with all loyal free men behind him, is looking for you. And in the 50s, school children all over the country participated in air raid drills in which a Soviet attack on America was signaled by sirens. The children had to crouch under their desks until it was all clear.
Especially comic books.
It was an atmosphere in which the government could get mass support for a policy of rearmament. The system, so shaken in the 30s, had learned that war production could bring stability and high profits. Truman's anti-communism was attractive. The business publication Steel had said in November 1946, even before the Truman Doctrine, that Truman's policies gave, quote, the firm assurance that maintaining and building our preparations for war will be big business in the United States for at least a considerable period ahead, unquote. That prediction turned out to be accurate. At the start of 1950, the total U.S. budget was about $40 billion, and the military part of it was about $12 billion. By 1955, the military part alone was $40 billion, out of a total of $62 billion. A small but courageous movement against the military buildup, led by the War Resisters League and other groups, failed to stop it. In 1960, the military budget was $45.8 billion, 49.7% of the budget. That year, John F. Kennedy was elected president, and he immediately moved to increase military spending. In 14 months, the Kennedy administration added $9 billion to defense funds.
Defense funds are still astronomically high, way too high.
By 1962,
but it's all
based on a series of invented
keep the
scares
American
about
establishment
Soviet military buildups, a false bomber gap, and a false missile gap,
like us are going to suffer when it falls.
The United States had
Our leaders aren't.
overwhelming
They'll be
nuclear
fine.
superiority. It had the equivalent, in nuclear weapons, of 1,500 Hiroshima-size atomic bombs, far more than enough to destroy every major city in the world. The equivalent, in fact, of 10 tons of TNT for every man, woman, and child on Earth. To deliver these bombs, the United States had more than 50 intercontinental ballistic missiles, 80 missiles on nuclear submarines, 90 missiles on stations overseas, 1,700 bombers capable of reaching the Soviet Union, 300 fighter bombers on aircraft carriers able to carry atomic weapons, and 1,000 land-based supersonic fighters able to carry atomic bombs. The Soviet Union was obviously behind. It had between 50 and 100 intercontinental ballistic missiles and fewer than 200 long-range bombers. But the U.S. budget kept mounting. The hysteria kept growing. The profits of corporations getting defense contracts multiplied, and employment and wages moved ahead just enough to keep a substantial number of Americans dependent on war industries for their living. By 1970, the U.S. military budget was $80 billion, and the corporations involved in military production were making fortunes. 2/3 of the $40 billion spent on weapons systems was going to 12 or 15 giant industrial corporations, whose main reason for existence was to fulfill government military contracts. Senator Paul Douglas, an economist and chairman of the Joint Economic Committee of the Senate, noted that, quote, 6/7 of these contracts are not competitive. In the alleged interest of secrecy, the government picks a company and draws up a contract in more or less secret negotiations, unquote. C. Wright Mills, in his book of the 50s, The Power Elite, counted the military as part of the top elite along with politicians and corporations. These elements were more and more intertwined. A Senate report showed that the 100 largest defense contractors, who held 67.4% of the military contracts, employed more than 2,000 former high-ranking officers of the military. Meanwhile, the United States, giving economic aid to certain countries, was creating a network of American corporate control over the globe and building its political influence over the countries it aided. The Marshall Plan of 1948, which gave $16 billion in economic aid to Western European countries in 4 years, had an economic aim: to build up markets for American exports. George Marshall, a general, then Secretary of State, was quoted in an early 1948 State Department bulletin, quote, "It is idle to think that a Europe left to its own efforts would remain open to American business in the same way that we have known it in the past," unquote. The Marshall Plan also had a political motive. The communist parties of Italy and France were strong, and the United States decided to use pressure and money to keep communists out of the cabinets of those countries. When the plan was beginning, Truman's Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, said, quote, "These measures of relief and reconstruction have been only in part suggested by humanitarianism. Your Congress has authorized and your government is carrying out a policy of relief and reconstruction today chiefly as a matter of national self-interest," unquote. From 1952 on, foreign aid was more and more obviously designed to build up military power in non-communist countries. In the next 10 years, of the $50 billion in aid granted by the United States to 90 countries, only $5 billion was for non-military economic development. When John F. Kennedy took office, he launched the Alliance for Progress, a program of help for Latin America, emphasizing social reform to better the lives of people. But it turned out to be mostly military aid to keep in power right-wing dictatorships and enable them to stave off revolutions.
Yeah, dictatorships are
From
great for
military aid,
America.
it was a short step to military intervention. What Truman had said at the start of the Korean War about the rule of force and the rule of law was again and again under Truman and his successors contradicted by American action. In Iran in 1953, the Central Intelligence Agency succeeded in overthrowing a government which nationalized the oil industry. In Guatemala in 1954, a legally elected government was overthrown by an invasion force of mercenaries trained by the CIA at military bases in Honduras and Nicaragua and supported by 4 American fighter planes flown by American pilots.
Oh, the
The
CIA.
invasion put into power Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, who had at one time
God, these
received
stickers.
military training at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas.
I can't get the sticker off.
The government that the United States overthrew was the most democratic Guatemala had ever had. The president, Jacobo Arbenz, was a left-of-center socialist. 4 of the 56 seats in the Congress were held by communists. What was most unsettling to American business interests was that Arbenz had expropriated 234,000 acres of land owned by United Fruit, offering compensation that United Fruit called unacceptable. Armas, in power, gave the land back to United Fruit, abolished the tax on interest and dividends to foreign investors, eliminated the secret ballot, and jailed thousands of political critics. In 1958, the Eisenhower government sent thousands of Marines to Lebanon to make sure the pro-American government there was not toppled by a revolution and to keep an armed presence in that oil-rich area. The Democrat-Republican Liberal-Conservative agreement to prevent or overthrow revolutionary governments whenever possible, whether communist, socialist, or anti-United Fruit, became most evident in 1961 in Cuba. That little island, 90 miles from Florida, had gone through a revolution in 1955 by a rebel force led by Fidel Castro, in which the American-backed dictator, Fulgencio Bautista, was overthrown. The revolution was a direct threat to American business interests. Franklin D. Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy had repealed the Platt Amendment, which permitted American intervention in Cuba. But the United States still kept a naval base in Cuba at Guantanamo, and U.S. business interests still dominated the Cuban economy. American companies controlled 80 to 100% of Cuba's utilities, mines, cattle ranches, and oil refineries, 40% of the sugar industry, and 50% of the public railways. Fidel Castro had spent time in prison after he had led an unsuccessful attack in 1953 on an army barracks in Santiago. Out of prison, he went to Mexico, met Argentine revolutionary Che Guevara, and returned in 1956 to Cuba. His tiny force fought guerrilla warfare from the jungles and mountains against Batista's army, drawing more and more popular support, and then came out of the mountains and marched across the country to Havana. The Batista government fell apart on New Year's Day, 1959. In power, Castro moved to set up a nationwide system of education, of housing, of land distribution to landless peasants. The government confiscated over 1 million acres of land from 3 American companies, including United Fruit.
But they were
Cuba
happy.
needed money to finance its programs, and the United States was not eager to lend it. The International Monetary Fund, dominated by the United States, would not loan money to Cuba because Cuba would not accept its, quote, stabilization conditions, which seemed to undermine the revolutionary program that had begun. When Cuba now signed a trade agreement with the Soviet Union, American-owned oil companies in Cuba refused to refine crude oil that came from the Soviet Union. Castro seized these companies. The United States cut down on its sugar buying from Cuba, on which Cuba's economy depended, and the Soviet Union immediately agreed to buy all the 700,000 tons of sugar that the United States would not buy. Cuba had changed. The good neighbor policy did not apply. In the spring of 1960, President Eisenhower secretly authorized the Central Intelligence Agency to arm and train anti-Castro Cuban exiles in Guatemala for a future invasion of Cuba. When Kennedy took office in the spring of 1961, the CIA had 1,400 exiles armed and trained. He moved ahead with the plans, and on April 17, 1961, the CIA-trained force, with some Americans participating, landed at the Bay of Pigs on the south shore of Cuba, 90 miles from Havana. They expected to stimulate a general rising against Castro, but it was a popular regime. There was no rising. In 3 days, the CIA forces were crushed by Castro's army. The whole Bay of Pigs affair was accompanied by hypocrisy and lying. The invasion was a violation, recalling Truman's rule of law, of a treaty the U.S. had signed. The Charter of the Organization of American States, which reads, quote, "No state or group of states has the right to intervene directly or indirectly for any reason whatever in the internal or external affairs of any other state," unquote. 4 days before the invasion, because there had been press reports of secret bases and CIA training for invaders, President Kennedy told a press conference, quote, "There will not be, under any conditions, any intervention in Cuba by United States armed forces," unquote. True, the landing force was Cuban, but it was all organized by the United States, and American warplanes, including American pilots, were involved. Kennedy had approved the use of unmarked Navy jets in the invasion. 4 American pilots of those planes were killed, and their families were not told the truth about how those men died. The success of the liberal-conservative coalition in creating a national anti-communist consensus was shown by how certain important news publications cooperated with the Kennedy administration in deceiving the American public on the Cuban invasion. The New Republic was about to print an article on the CIA training of Cuban exiles a few weeks before the invasion. Historian Arthur Schlesinger was given copies of the article in advance. He showed them to Kennedy, who asked that the article not be printed, and the New Republic went along. James Reston and Turner Catledge of the New York Times, on the government's request, did not run a story about the imminent invasion. Arthur Schlesinger said of the New York Times action, quote, "This was another patriotic act. But in retrospect, I have wondered whether, if the press had behaved irresponsibly, it would not have spared the country a disaster," unquote. What seemed to bother him and other liberals in the Cold War consensus was not that the United States was interfering in revolutionary movements in other countries, but that it was doing so unsuccessfully. Around 1960, the 15-year effort since the end of World War II to break up the communist radical upsurge of the New Deal and wartime years seemed successful. The Communist Party was in disarray, its leaders in jail, its membership shrunken, its influence in the trade union movement very small. The trade union movement itself had become more controlled, more conservative. The military budget was taking half of the national budget, but the public was accepting this.
Well, yeah, they're living comfortably,
The radiation
just like
from
I
the
am.
testing of nuclear weapons had been dangerous possibilities for human health, but the public was not aware of that. The Atomic Energy Commission insisted that the deadly effects of atomic tests were exaggerated. And an article in 1955 in the Reader's Digest, the largest circulation magazine in the United States, said, quote, "The scare stories about this country's atomic tests are simply not justified," unquote. In the mid-50s, there was a flurry of enthusiasm for air raid shelters. The public was being told these would keep them safe from atomic blasts. A government consultant and scientist, Herman Kahn,
Like
wrote a
Voltec.
book on thermonuclear war, in which he explained that it was possible to have a nuclear war without total destruction of the world.
Well,
That
thank
people
God.
should not be so frightened of it. A political scientist named Henry Kissinger wrote a book published in 1957 in which he said, quote, "With proper tactics, nuclear war need not be as destructive as it appears." The country was on a permanent war economy, which had big pockets of poverty, but there were enough people at work making enough money to keep things quiet. The distribution of wealth was still unequal. From 1944 to 1961, it had not changed much. The lowest fifth of the families received 5% of all the income. The highest fifth received 45% of all the income. In 1953, 1.6% of the adult population owned more than 80% of the corporate stock and nearly 90% of the corporate bonds. About 200 giant corporations out of 200,000 corporations, 0.1% of all corporations, controlled about 60% of the manufacturing wealth of the nation. When John F. Kennedy presented his budget to the nation after his first year in office, it was clear that, liberal Democrat or not, there would be no major change in the distribution of income or wealth or tax advantages. New York Times columnist James Reston summed up Kennedy's budget messages as avoiding any, quote, "sudden transformation of the home front," as well as, quote, "a more ambitious frontal attack on the unemployment problem," unquote. Reston said, quote, "He agreed to a tax break for business investment in plant expansion and modernization. He is not spoiling for a fight with the Southern conservatives over civil rights. He has been urging the unions to keep wage demands down so that prices can be competitive in the world markets and jobs increased. And he has been trying to reassure the business community that he does not want any Cold War with them on the home front." This week in his news conference, he refused to carry out his promise to bar discrimination in government-insured housing, but talked instead of postponing this until there was a, quote, "national consensus," unquote, in its favor. During these 12 months, the president has moved over into the decisive middle ground of American politics. On this middle ground, all seemed secure. Nothing had to be done for blacks. Nothing had to be done to change the economic structure. An aggressive foreign policy
Don't get no
could
trouble unless you
continue.
make trouble,
The country seemed under
they used to
control,
say.
and then, in the 1960s, came a series of explosive rebellions in every area of American life, which showed that all the system's estimates of security and success were wrong.
Yeah.
So ends chapter
Next revolution.
16 of Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States. As always, I'm going to go ahead and leave you with my
Lazy.
thoughts. But before
Hello.
I do, I'd like to give a very special thank you to my patrons on
Have some of these
Patreon.
stickers.
Joseph,
Yeah,
Pincus,
the
Bo,
Origin Con.
Jacob, and Bonnie. Joseph,
I like
Pincus,
this one.
Bo, Jacob, and Bonnie, thank you all very much for your support.
I don't know where I got
If
this one from, but I got it from
anyone
somewhere.
else would like to,
Got the
support
moon from Little
this
Nemo.
project, you can go to patreon.com/audio
This raccoon one.
Feel
This one from the
free
movie They
to do
Live.
So, if you have the means,
And
if
this
you don't
screaming
have the
opossum
means,
saying, "I wanna
absolutely
go home."
do not do so. This is free, and that's the whole point. Just makes it a little bit easier on me. to produce these. As you guys can tell, it's become a little harder and harder to get these going, but I am not giving up the project. Few things I'm thinking about this chapter in general. Zinn points out a lot of great stuff. The obvious like takeover of America by an alliance of military, corporate, and government interests, which really are all just corporate interests. I think that's pretty clear by the fact that like it's a budgetary thing. The military budget is so big because they want to pay these military contractors. The contractors keep enough people employed and quote unquote patriotic that you avoid revolution or rebellion or too many people demanding too much. You want to keep the people satisfied enough that the abuses you level at them for your own profit and benefit don't lead to them, you know,
yeah, he told me he'd be coming on.
you. There's some great stuff in here. I think the Bay of Pigs affair is fucking hilarious. The Bay of Pigs affair is so funny to me because it's a great example of the like.
How's freedom? I remember you're out of high school now, right? Any plans for college? I know one thing I wish for when it came to college is that I waited until I figure out exactly what I wanted to do, because I was being influenced too much by my friends at the time. Oh, I'm going to become a cop. Oh no, I'm going to become an animator. No, I'm going to draw, design, and advertising. Oh, thank God I didn't do that. I would have ended up like some bitter old man or something, being forced to make ads. No college for you? Well, that's fine. No insane student loan debt. Luckily, my parents paid my way for college. It was community college, so it wasn't nearly as much as a university would ever have been. I will say I learned things in college that I did not learn. I would not learned otherwise. So, a lot of respects, it was worth it. Wish I would have made some friends and connections, but never could socialize that well. Still something I needed to work on. Well, I'll be going to Anthrocon though. It'll be late, but I'll be streaming on the CraftyArts channel for that. Christopher's family has a history of PTSD. Yep, you mentioned that. It's not something you gain unless you have a traumatic event. I sometimes wonder what I could take. So I guess in a way I was suffering from it when I was getting bullied in school. Well, not in a way. I mean, that is something that kids suffer if they get bullied enough, apparently. To explain all my emotional outbursts growing up and irrational behavior in terms of being angry at almost anything. Damn, these stickers are hard to get off. Sadia, Sultana, welcome. I get these stickers on. I am going back into the book, finishing, start working on the next page again. At least get the pencil done tonight. And I'll switch off to my other projects. Getting dance footage together for FWA. And starting the highlights for MCFC and FWA. And then after that would be Anthrocon. Hopefully I'll be able to, and during that time, He's starting to work on the music videos. Looking for trash and compost. We have a friend babysitting our dog, and I already miss him. Half expected him to be home when I got home, even though I just dropped him off. It's like, oh yeah, he's not here. Sad face. Oh, these are pretty large. Really large. Doesn't have to be perfect. I'm sure there's some tool I can use to cut a perfect circle other than just an X-Acto blade. Ah, that's right. Yeah, Pomeranian. Yeah, they're cute. Tucker's a bit of a mutt, but he's a blue heeler, Chihuahua, pug. He doesn't have the squished in face. He's not too small. He isn't that big either. Yeah, you and me both. Tucker's my baby. I don't usually use the term fur baby, but it triggers some people, so I like using the term fur baby. Whenever whenever I am in a position to do that. Some people get mad about that sort of thing. You hate your dad? Why do you hate your dad? Yeah, I have quite a few friends that don't talk to their families, including my husband's. Aside from me and two of our closer friends around here, I don't know. Out of the three of us, I'm the only one that has a extended family at this point. Oh, did he like run out? Oh my god, I'm trying to get this sticker off. I mean, so he's a piece of shit. Yeah, well, fuck him then. Sounds like someone that didn't know how relationships are supposed to work. You can join up with Steven Crowder and Andrew Tate. Oh my god, can I get this sticker off or what? God, I got it. Jesus Christ. And last one, for the circle ones. Yep, that's the most dangerous ones. Dangerous calls, I guess, from my understanding. So, just a lot of people out there that should not have, or at least need to mature before they pursue relationships. Like, I felt the societal pressure to just pursue a relationship and make kids or whatever. That almost happened. Just, you know, going along with what I'm supposed to do rather than what I want to do. Make other people happy. Not consider my own happiness. That's how I end up with these insane relationships. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing living together? Let alone getting married. We're thinking like having a kid's going to fix it, or for some people getting married is going to fix the relationship or whatever. Some people play like a role or fake a role until they get married and then like drop it because they get tired of it or something, or tired of holding on to that mask. Stickers have no white around them. However, that's pretty nice. Go home, Screech. How many more to go? 1, 4, 6, and 7. Progress. These are going on my wall. My big furry wall. I don't know if I posted it online. I think about it. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone real quick. Show off what I got. Let me search. Ah, here it is. There's even more stickers on it now from this picture. I'd rather get a good shot that doesn't have any reflection on it because of the... I'll have to figure something out. Long exposure or something. Nice of my second husband to do some dishes and wipe down the counters and stuff. They clean up the pans a little bit. Alright. I want to get these stickers done. 7 left. Some of these are pretty small. It wouldn't be that much of an effort. I don't want to just be silenced though. I don't want to do another chat for that book. So Sky, he moved out last year almost. He's gonna be moving to a new state soon with his girlfriend. And yeah, living with her instead. Probably around the end of July. I'll help him get his stuff. There we go. Ah, it's alright. He's happy. Still friends and all that. So, that's how it goes. Ish. What's the worst infomercials? There we go.
Nowhere to run? Nowhere to ride? Now wherever there's carpet, blast off with Fun Slides, the amazing carpet skates that glide, slide, or ride. You decide. Race with them, play games with them, or just cruise with them.
Sliding to the glass table.
Inside. You don't have to be a pro, just strap them on and
Just
go,
put some
go,
socks
go.
on.
More fun than socks on a polished wood floor. Even your dog can fun slide.
Oh no,
Ugh.
you missed that putt again. You probably don't have enough time to practice. You
I remember
can have
this
more
one.
time to practice your putting with the Potty Putter, the amazing new toilet time golf game that lets you practice your putting on the potty. Your Potty Putter comes with its own putting green, made of the same professional carpet found at miniature golf courses. It's ideal for the executive washroom at the office. Don't limit your life to a tiny toilet. Let your imagination soar with a Potty Putter, the instant solution that lets you practice your putting every
Gross. You made how nasty that thing gets.
Party's getting a little too quiet. I think it's time we liven it up with my favorite Christmas gift, Mr. Microphone. Hey, what's that? Well, you set the dial on your FM radio and testing.
Yeah.
These kids are having a fabulous
Definitely an
time
80s
with the
product.
microphone, the cordless microphone that actually puts your voice on the radio. There are no attaching wires, so you're free to move around. Broadcast over any FM car radio.
Hey, good looking. We'll be back to pick you up later.
It's practical and great fun for the whole family. Only $17.88.
To order, call 1-800-528-6600.
Millions of women
Yeah,
like
sock and
yourself suffer
boppers.
from
Those
a
are
poor
the-
night's rest. Sleeping on
those
your
are the
side
shit.
without proper breast support can be a major culprit.
I just liked my Hot Wheels
Introducing
and
Push,
Transformers.
the comfortable nighttime companion. Anatomically contoured to gently support and cushion the weight of a woman's breasts, Cush maintains a more natural shape while resting on your
Cush.
side. Call 1-888-OWN-CUSH or shop online at cushsupport.com. Order now.
Does the shoulder strap of your car cut into your shoulder? Is your shoulder strap too tight and annoying? Introducing
The Titty Bear.
Titty Bear,
Seen
the
that.
cute little guy that eliminates all those problems. Designed to make driving more comfortable, the Titty Bear snaps onto your shoulder strap and moves up and down to remove the pressure wherever you need it.
My shoulder strap used to pull so tight I could hardly breathe. Now with the Titty Bear, I really
hardly
enjoy traveling
breathe?
again.
The patent-pending design swivels to work from either the driver's
Sounds like it
side
would just
or passenger
bruise.
seat and fits all makes
What's
and
wrong with
models.
your
My wife used to always complain about the pressure from her shoulder belt. Not anymore.
And the Titty Bear worked so great, he got one for himself too.
Call and order your Teddy Bear right now.
For over 100 years, we've been scrunching and folding toilet paper. Finally, there's a better way. Comfort Wipe. the sanitary paper
Oh
extender
yeah, I've seen
on
this
the
too.
home.
I
The
can only imagine how
first
nasty this thing
toilet
gets.
paper as we know it since the 1880s. It extends your reach a full 18 inches while it follows the contours.
Anything like toilet related, I can only imagine like you clean it a few times and then you get sick of cleaning it and it just sits there and just gathers rot
It's embarrassing to have
and
someone help you
fecal
with
matter.
personal matters. The comfort wipe allows you to maintain your dignity.
Shake weight is the flab-busting breakthrough that
Ah,
trims
yes,
your
this
arms and
scam.
shapes your shoulders at the same time.
Back of my arm.
You just shake it. Back and
I had a
forth.
friend that had one.
There's
He
no
did a little
motors,
music video
no
with it.
batteries, and you get the results you want. In a matter
Pretty
of
funny.
seconds, you feel it.
People thought it was
If you
hilarious.
had a shake weight in your hands right now, you'd feel the results before the end of this commercial. Now you can wear the dress styles you want.
Are you suffering from pungent pits? Beastly butt odor? How do you stop the stink? This is Doc Bottom's Ace Spray, the all-new, all-over deodorant that prevents odors before they start and can be used anywhere, and I mean
You just wash, take a shower,
Spray your butt, Ace Spray your feet, Ace Spray under your arms,
Ace spray everything.
no bacteria, no stink. Ace Spray can be used all over your body.
Yeah, Ace spray everything.
Ace Spray today for only $14.99, and I'll send you the Ace Spray pocket.
I just imagine that thing causing a rash.
Drank a lot of water. I really have to go. People are waiting to tee off. There's no restroom out here.
Has this happened to you? I've got the perfect gift. Introducing the Euro Club, the discreet sanitary solution for your urgent relief. It looks like an ordinary golf club, but contains a reservoir built into the grip to relieve yourself. The Euro Club comes with a towel and appears that you are just checking out your club. Leak-proof, easy
Yeah,
to
your
clean, and
club
no
alright. You're
embarrassing
checking it
moments.
out.
Order now and get a second Euro
Sounds
Club
like
for
you're
half price. The Euro Club, the only club in your bag guaranteed
This is when
to keep
this
you
is
out
when
of the
Christopher
woods.
gets called up and takes the guy to jail. For some decent exposure.
You know, Tamara, the Hawaii chair wasn't designed just for home. I mean, after all, for some of us, at least 40
This
hours
Hawaiian
of our
chair
week is spent
thing.
sitting behind a desk at the office.
Fucking worst
So
thing
to see
ever.
what office workers think of the Hawaii chair, we sent Aaron Lee to work.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
Yeah, I can get all my work done and type on my desk while I'm doing that. While you're being swerving around.
Using the computer,
You kidding me?
balancing books, or filing paperwork. You can hardly call this work. With the Hawaii chair, it takes the work out of your workday.
Yeah, and destroys your spine in the process. I want to see someone using this thing. I want to know the sales numbers.
Right here, I'm getting ready to serve. All I do is throw that ball up in the air, and when I
That's a classic.
and there goes the tennis racket.
There goes the TV.
Only have a limited number that we can ship
These live shows where they used to sell Hawk products. I'm pretty sure they don't exist anymore.
What's your name? Hi, Lisa. It's Renee from California.
Actually, no, they do exist. Only old people watch them now.
Kind of giving us a look at how to use the ladder there.
I got to tell you something. I have this ladder. It is awesome.
Oh, now what
And
do you use it
everybody
for,
wants.
Renee?
And he's gonna
everybody
slide
wants this
off.
ladder. I live in an apartment with vaulted ceilings.
Bye.
Okay, we're gonna make sure that
We're gonna go over the cost of the American healthcare system.
Say you have you have to get up on the wall, high ceiling, vaulted ceiling. Hey, listen, just walk right up. And I tell you, it's very safe, it's durable, and it's lightweight.
Scaring me.
So really, see, now it's locked in place, okay? So really,
And then, and now my spine is locked in place. Ah, yeah, this is a classic one.
and the nice thing about these practice guitars.
Ding, ding, right in the heart.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt big time. A piece of that the tip.
Luckily, he was smart enough to go to the hospital.
Oh, that got me good. You all right? A piece of that tip just got me.
Wasn't meant to take that kind of abuse. Generally in sword fighting, you're not clashing swords, you're trying to poke each other. That's how real sword fighting is. It's not like in the movies.
You know the gazelle can help your love life.
No, I didn't know how.
Don't get afraid now.
Oh man, I grew up with this one.
Okay.
Guy looks like he belongs in the band Puddle of Mud.
I'm only kidding, of course. But the quality. As we're doing this here.
Tony, can I say one more thing?
You can say anything you want,
Can I
darling.
please do the turbo challenge?
No.
Please. I'm gonna do it. Get up. Get up. I
Yeah, you can do it.
Come on, you guys.
Let me take my shirt off.
Come on, Christina. Come on, Rob.
You can do it! You can do it! Pick up the phone!
Your favorite pants are hemmed for heels, but you want to wear flats. How do you fix that?
Oh.
Hi, I'm Lori Leland, and you are going to love.
He was hitting the sword on the table, and the tip of the sword broke off and hit him right in the chest and stabbed him. It didn't go too deep, but he definitely needed actual medical attention. Or deep enough that he needed medical attention, otherwise he would have had problems.
It's Style Snaps from Hemming My Way, the world's first snap and hem solution. And Style Snaps is budget-friendly for growing kids. Now they can even share clothes. Forget crazy trips to the tailor or permanent tapes and glues. Now you can change your hem like you change your shoes. Order right now and we'll double the offer. Absolutely free. That's 32 Style Snaps. Enough to snap and hem a closet full of clothes for the same low price. You get all this, an incredible $40 value for just $19.99.
Ouch! Stubbed your toe in the middle of the night? Stumbling around in the dark is dangerous. Don't turn on the light and wake up the whole family. Now there's Bright Feet, the high-tech house shoes that light up your night. The secret is Bright Feet's built-in light sensor. There's no buttons to turn on or off. Bright Feet are fully automatic. They automatically turn off when it's light or turn on when it's dark. They're smart slippers. Bright Feet also have a built-in weight sensor, so they only work when you're wearing them. Don't pay over.
Before you get a flashlight in your cell phone, you know.
Order your Bright Feet for the incredible price of only $19.95.
Hi, I'm Joe Gray with the Gojo Hands-Free. The only device on Earth that's truly hands-free. The Gojo goes on with one hand, so you can keep your eyes on the road.
Oh my god, it's precursor to the Bluetooth earpiece.
I don't have to keep my hands on my cell phone. I don't have to worry about it.
These things are not
I'm glad those things died.
Stick them in your ears, gross, but you still have to hold your phone. And yes, the Gojo will hold the weight of your phone, even the weight of a 5-pound laptop. Any phone, big or small, even the most radical moves won't knock it off. 100 holds. Successful.
Hard to store, hard to handle, heavy hoses always end up tangled and kinked. What a mess.
Oh, having a flashback.
Pocket hose. The hose so small it fits in your pocket.
So this was actually probably useful because it actually being sold in actual stores. At least similar products are.
Or just keep it in your pocket. Even Junior
Can't say this one's actually bad.
Pocket hose fits in the palm of your hand, and it's strong enough to pull this 5,000-pound SUV. Watch again.
Whether you crack them like this or you crack them like that, you're gonna end up with a real mess.
Classic white people can't do anything.
And wait until you see what I have in store for you. The Easy Cracker. Now you can crack eggs quickly and effortlessly without all the drop shells. Whenever I crack an egg, there'd be a mess on the stove, a mess on the counter, and eggshells in my quiche. The special attachment makes it easy to whip up a healthy egg white omelet or use the yolk to make pudding. Woohoo! But wait! Of course there's more! Order now and I'll throw in the Easy Scrambler just for you!
Woman's
Every time your
accent.
cell phone rings, you've got to find it and then pick it up just to see who's calling. And if you try to prop it up so you can see it, your cell phone's constantly falling. Well,
God,
now
no.
you can get your cell phone off its back and let it sit up where you can see it with Happy Sack. Just place your phone on Happy Sack and you'll always see who's calling without having to hunt for your phone. Cell phones can get lost in the clutter, but with Happy Sack, you can always see your cell phone without searching for it. Happy Sack also holds iPods, MP3 players, and gaming systems. Even your GPS.
Yeah, the only one
system,
gaming
so you'll
system
see
that exists.
every turn. Happy
Can't
Sack
tell.
is the new cushy beanbag in your choice of black, pink, or zebra. A $40 value, both for just $10.
Has this ever happened to you?
No.
Introducing the Slob Stopper. Forget messy spills and unplanned accidents. Just slip it on and enjoy your busy lifestyle. Perfect for your commute.
How incompetent are you?
Made with polyurethane laminate
It's a
fabric,
bib.
The Slob Stopper absorbs on one side and is waterproof on the other. Don't worry about
Oh
covering
shit.
your stains
Better put my
anymore.
bib on
Go
before I
to
go in my car.
slobstopper.com and order today. Slob Stopper. Bibs aren't just for babies.
Next
Yeah,
time
they're for
you're
adult
feeling
babies
down,
too.
Feeling that no one really gets you, or you're just wanting to hear some encouraging words. Well, there's a solution.
You can have what you want. You can do it.
The finish line is closer than you think.
The Cheers to You CD is 8 tracks filled with encouragement and cheering applause.
We're here for you. We believe in you.
We guarantee you'll be feeling better.
Oh
about
man, how sad is
yourself
this?
in your life, or we'll give you your money back. Call 1-877-545.
I just need someone to give me some compliments, and I don't have anyone in my life to do so.
Affirmative tokens. One says, I am courageous. Another, I am unstoppable. And the third, without me, the puzzle is incomplete. Together, all these items normally sell for $35, but right now you can get them for only $24.95.
Only $24.95. Jesus Christ. That has to be the worst one.
But what makes a hot dog more than just a hot dog?
That has to be the worst one I've seen.
Happy Hot Dog Man. It brings ordinary hot dogs to life, making lunchtime more fun. Just put your
Paying
hot dog
$25
into the Happy Hot Dog
for
Man
some
and
encouragement
live.
CD.
The Happy Hot Dog Man makes a happy imprint on your hot
I want to know
dog.
how much that
While
one
you're ready
sold.
to cook it into a fun Happy Hot Dog Man figure that
Give it
can
to some
be decorated
incels.
and eaten. It's like a toy you can eat. Add ketchup, mustard, relish, cheese.
Is there a Black Pill edition?
Please. The Happy Hot Dog Man is so easy to use, kids can do it.
Happy Hot Dog Man is awesome.
Take your family's food from boring to scoring. Make it a game to dress your dog the best and vote which one is the wiener.
We all end up acting like kids at dinner.
We love Happy Hot Dog Man.
That was pretty cool. What do we got in here? Americans will buy anything?
I'm hungry. There's nothing to eat.
I want to do more of these.
Or I want something sweet.
How about ice cream? Introducing Ice Cream Magic, the cool new shaker that's an ice cream maker. Now you can make delicious homemade ice cream in 3 minutes. Shaking is fun for everyone. Shake it to make it at a kid's birthday party.
We made ice cream!
With Ice Cream Magic, you can make it and take it anywhere.
Did you only show how it works?
Facial hair, but waxing hurts. And don't even think about using a razor. Now there's Twist Away, the all-new way to remove unwanted hair and peach fuzz. Watch, just bend Twist Away and twist away the hair. It's so fast.
I have a feeling this one doesn't
you
work.
can feel it. And look, even the smallest, finest hairs are removed from the root and trapped within the springs.
I can take it places with me when I'm waiting for my kids to come out of school, and every woman should have a Twist Away in their pocketbook.
Now remove facial hair in a flash with Twist Away, just $14.99. It's fast, easy, and virtually pain-free. We'll also send you the quick dry hair wrap to keep hair away from your face.
Introducing the Multicron 20-function calculator watch. It's so advanced it replaces all of this. Imagine every digital feature you could ever want is now available in this one single timepiece. Plus, there's a special 21st feature that will astound you, but we're saving that one for last. Multicron is a full-function calculator that adds, subtracts, multiplies, and divides. It has a memory and even a constant. The Multicron is a stopwatch and lap timer that gives you hundredth of a second accuracy. And now, that astounding feature 21, the price. The Multicron is yours for the unbelievable low price of only $19.99.
Making eggs makes a mess. They stick to the pan, they flop when you flip, and the yolks always drip. And after you cook them up, there's all that cleanup. What you need is the Roly Egg Master, the fast, easy, pan-free way to make perfect eggs every time. Just crack, pour, and Roly Egg Master pops up delicious eggs in minutes. It cooks your eggs just like a real pan, without all the butter, fat, and mess. Look at that. And what makes Roly eggs really great is their new easy-to-eat shape. If you can make toast, you can make a mouth-watering Roly treat. It's perfect for the office, RV, or dorm room. Plus, cleanup is a breeze. Stop making all this mess and let Roly make perfect eggs that taste their best.
Tired of straining and bending or breaking things to avoid moving furniture just to clean your floor? Now there's SweeperBot, the robotic cleaning sensation that's
Oh, a Roomba.
Just turn it on and watch the SweeperBot go to work. It cleans so you don't have to. It glides effortlessly along the floor on the dirt-trapping microfiber pad to clean underneath sofas, tables, and chairs with ease. SweeperBot leaves beautiful floors
I'm
wherever
tempted
it
to actually
goes
get a Roomba
and
at
leaves
this point.
you hands-free to get more done in less time.
It picks up all my pet hair just like that, and I never have to vacuum.
You do have two choices right now, my friend. Number one is do nothing.
This is not his
Stay
accent.
home, do what most people do. And 5 years later, you'll be lucky if you have a job. Or number two, you can come to my seminar, learn the secret of how
The
other
seminar?
people are working
No.
Andrew Carnegie says 90% of America's millionaires made it in real estate. If you have a desire to make your fortune in real
Yeah,
estate,
the one making a
the Tom
fortune, this
Blue
guy
Real Estate
selling this.
Seminar is for you.
If you have any guts at all to attend this free 90-minute seminar, how in the world do you expect to make any money?
I have a small goal that in the future, I will be remembered as a man who has taught more millionaires in this world than any man who ever lived. This goal makes me excited.
Where do you snazzy nap? In the car? On a plane? Snazzy Napper is here.
That's like the lowest of the
snazzy
low
way
there.
to sleep while you travel. The Snazzy Napper is a comfortable and cool, soft and lightweight sleep and privacy shield that blocks out distracting light. You could use the extra
face
large
mask.
Snazzy Napper as a blanket. While others toss and turn trying to get comfortable, you can rest and relax with the Snazzy Napper.
Yeah, so that doesn't solve the neck problem.
For the Snazzy Original and $24.99 for the extra large. 1-877-9-SNAZZY.
The Brush Buddies Singing Toothbrush, featuring Justin Bieber. Includes
There you
fours
go.
and singles. Time flies when you're having fun and enjoying your favorite hits from Justin Bieber while you brush. We'll have a brush
This
your
product
teeth with the
aged
dentist
really well.
recommended 2 minutes before you know it. The Brush Buddies Singing Toothbrush, featuring Justin Bieber. Get your Bieber smile today.
Reverend Peter Popoff wants you to know that God can reverse every negative verdict in your life. You don't have to live a life sentence of lack and defeat. You can be free to enjoy all of God's
get
richest
God?
blessings. That's why he wants to send you your free packet of Miracle Spring Water.
Oh, the Miracle
Stop
Spring
settling
Water.
on less and reach for God's best. God is a God of more. And
Biggest fucking scam I've ever seen.
water in a new, larger packet.
You sprinkle that shit.
$4,700 for me to move to New York City. Glory to God. Super
How? How did you get that?
transfer.
God sent you a check?
The Miracle Spring Water. I'll send you the instructions. I'll tell you how
IRS came to collect their taxes. I sprinkled the spring water on them. They just spontaneously combusted. I'm free.
to use it to see total victory.
All right, take care, Blazy.
Nothing makes you feel more invigorated
Good
and
night.
refreshed than a steaming sauna, relieving your body of excess stored water which may contain toxins. But who has the time to spend in a spa? Plus, the sauna experience can be expensive. Not anymore! Introducing the revolutionary Sauna Pants, the at-home sauna experience that you can enjoy when you want to and where you want to, right in the comfort of your
Done with
own
these stickers.
home. All you do is wrap, adjust heat
All it-
level, and relax as the sauna
Dish
pants
is done, and
deliver
then,
deep soothing heat,
there are
relieving your body of
products.
excess water. You instantly feel invigorated with tired muscles soothed. Now you can feel and look your best with the amazing sauna pants. The unique design of the sauna pants wrap and attach instantly, adjusting to the comfort level of your body shape. Now you can read, watch TV, or just relax in the privacy of your own home. Enjoy your sauna just once and it pays for itself. Order now and just wrap and relax.
The closet strong enough to hold this 60-pound bag of potatoes, yet disappears in one simple step. Oh, this is a whole jug of water here. More water than you will ever get in your trash, hopefully. Oh my God, it's got a big hole in the trash can. It's going to leak everywhere. No, it is going to leak because I can see it here. We got a magic hand, a technical difficulty. That's all right, we can fix that. Under the bed or under the sink, just squeeze and retrieve with one simple step. Don't want you to lie down. I want you to kneel Over here. I want you to I'm kneel kneel just here. No, like, just like that. I have a separate trying to do You can't see the monitor, all right? Yeah. As you can get it, right.
Hold on. Can somebody put me on the C stand?
Yeah. As you can get it, right. Order now, and you'll also receive this garlic peeler. There's only one thing that's worse than peeling shrimp, and that's peeling garlic. Shit. Why can't these products just work like they say they...
Merry Christmas, Rich!
Oh, hello, random Red Letter Media video.
Well, it's become tradition on our Christmas episodes of Best of the Worst that we have some sort of gimmick, and this year is no exception.
Okay, Jay, so now that my crisis is over, what's going on?
Well, it's become tradition that we have two types of movies under the tree. We have terrible Christmas tapes and then something else. And then you just open a package and see what you get. We've done Christmas or canon movies. We did last year was the famous Christmas or Crocodile.
A rousing success.
So this year, Rich, we're celebrating Merry Kickmas, where it's either Christmas movies or movies that have someone kicking on the cover.
Okay.
I was looking through our extensive library of tapes, and we have many, many movies where people are doing high kicks on the cover. So that's what we got.
This is interesting. Christmas or canon, fairly obvious what you get with canon, but like just someone kicking on the cover, this could be anything from a kung fu movie to a video starring the Rockettes. So I have absolutely no idea what we're going to get.
All right.
Should I start? Should I just
go ahead and open a present and see what we get?
All right. I am going with this because, you know, this is just an odd shaped box for a video, and I want to see what's in here. Okay. Hey, all right. I can deal with some karate cop.
Karate cop, look at that kick.
Martial law at its most lethal. Ron Marchini and David Carradine.
Oh, no.
I don't know if you know this, but he starred in Kung Fu, the series.
Oh.
Yeah.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, I know. I can't think of anything more embarrassing than that.
Yeah.
In the future, there is no law or order. Only John Travis.
Name's Travis. John Travis.
Across a desolate land littered with ghost towns and haunted by desperate criminals. Oh, so this is a karate cop movie that is also post-apocalyptic.
Post-apocalyptic kicking film.
I now love this movie.
Don't say that yet. You've just doomed us.
Travis and Rachel, a beautiful scientist he saves from marauding scavengers, search for a hidden crystal, a stone which will enable them to activate a dormant transporting device. Is they just trying to get off the fucking planet? Is that... In their frantic quest, they must defeat a gladiator killing machine in the martial arts blood match. A fight to the death. I love it!
Well, this is either going to be an amazing piece of schlock or 90 minutes of people wandering around a desert and then 5 minutes of punching and kicking.
Jay, this is Christmas. I have to have hope.
Okay.
Oh, look, we got a mutant!
Oh my god. It's Slade Craven.
I told you we'd get you.
Oh, maybe don't do close-ups of the makeup. Oh my god.
He only comes out at night. That's his character.
Yeah, use your guns. Oh.
What?
All the bullets hit the metal tailpipe.
Wouldn't that put holes in the metal tailpipe?
No. It's super
ricochets.
It's a super metal. That's how it lasted in the post-apocalypse.
All their bullets came together and hit each other. He's really lucky.
Rachel, it's Lincoln and his goons.
Who's Lincoln?
He's got Tess.
What? What? It just happened right now.
They're all so bad.
Boy, oh boy, that movie sure was a hoot. It's a shame about all those autoerotic asphyxiation jokes, though. I really think we did them in excess.
All right. It's never.
Millions of women like yourself suffer from a poor night's rest. Sleeping on your side without proper breast support can be a major culprit.
I pulled up enough hair, dog hair, out of my carpet to make another dog.
It's the problem in the marriage bed that no one likes to talk about. Maybe that's why they call it silent but deadly.
When you put tiny hot dogs on a plate, grill, or other cooking device, because of their round shape, they roll all over the place, and many end up on the
Just roll right off your grill, right?
waste.
You know these little bottles, ladies?
$3, $4 a piece.
You spend so much money for these small bottles, and every time you buy it, I'm sure you say the same thing that I say. Why do I spend so much money for such a small bottle? Am I right?
Yeah.
Making eggs makes a mess. They stick to the pan, they flop when you flip, and the yolks always drip. And after you cook them up, there's all that cleanup.
Are you tired of fussing with giant pasta pots, strainers, timers, stirring and testing?
Everyone loves butter, but getting it out of the fridge, out of the wrap, and onto your food is a real hassle.
That's right. Carrying your money and credit cards in a wallet can be dangerous. And if you carry it in your back pocket, it can cause back problems.
You love that low-cut top for going out at night, but in the office, it's just not right. You've tried safety pins, but they leave holes and just look wrong. And with a camisole, you end up tugging and adjusting all day long.
Can't find what you need in that overstuffed, outdated wallet? Stop damaging your credit cards or using money clips that aren't secure, and get rid of those bulky old wallets that barely even fit.
Is your keyboard a germ jungle? Does your cell phone have a science project on it? And why doesn't anyone clean that filthy remote control?
You can crack them this way. You can crack them that way. And
Egg
we've
cracker.
all done this. But no matter how you crack them, you always end up picking out eggshells. Uh-oh, crunchy
Not if you know how to crack an egg.
ruin those muffins.
Now you've made a big old mess that you have to clean up. The machine, the countertop, pretty much your whole kitchen.
What about your life?
All right,
Think of your
so
life.
making juice isn't easy at all. It's actually a huge pain.
Getting into a car is difficult for many because once you sit, you have to turn and contort your entire body into position, placing a lot of stress on your lower back, hips, and legs. And getting out is even more difficult, adding more stress to your back and body, potentially causing chronic pain. Don't you wish there was something that could do away with all those problems forever?
A bullet to
Are
the
you
brain.
still cooking the old-fashioned way? Tons of oil, tons of fat, and your meals still don't come out right? That's dumb. Next, it's time to clean up, and you're scraping, soaking, and just hoping it'll all go away. That's dumb.
Tired of embarrassing facial hair?
Your favorite pants are hemmed for heels, but you want to wear flats. How do you fix that?
Ouch! Stubbed your toe in the middle of the night.
Ever bring food to work or school, but when it's break time, your food has vanished?
Hard to store, hard to handle, heavy hoses always end up tangled and kinked. What a mess!
Sticky fingers, messy drips, gooey spills. If only there was a way for kids to enjoy their frozen treat without the mess.
Do your homemade cakes look and taste the same? Old-fashioned, no filling, boring and plain?
Right. Oh, I got a mess to clean up.
Kids take a sip, their drink cups
Gonna call it for tonight here and continue on working throughout the night.
It's heavy, it tangles, as everyone knows.
Opening jars can be
Actually,
so
perhaps not.
difficult,
Perhaps I want to do some more of the first page of the book.
and painful, and regular.
Continuing on with my show.
Hello, I'm Crafty Andy. everybody. I'm Crafty.
Here to provide some adult supervision. Apologize. Calm down, young lady.
I'm working on a book.
Hello, everybody. I'm Crafty Andy, and this is CraftyArts, where
It's excuse. House. Got done mounting up a bunch of stickers for my wall, so back to the book. Starting up on the first page here. Why promote my show at the same time?
art. Yes. And well, you're probably wondering why there's a sudden purge of the wall behind me. Well, there is a simple explanation for that, but I ain't telling you fucks. Let's go do some art.
Baby, please want my wiener. Oh, want my wiener.
So today we're going to do a portrait to embody the modern day feminist movement. You see, feminism used to mean a simple, basic ideology that men and women were equal. Today, though, feminism
Yeah, sure. They don't
safe spaces.
fall in line with this way of thinking anymore.
You need to get out.
I actually don't.
All right.
Trigger words: white and straight guilt, and scam artists. So before we go into this, I'm gonna mansplain my way over to my neighbor's house, shit on the floor, and then rape the woman inside. Because the rape elders approved it, they okayed it, they stamped their approval right over it. They said I can go do that because rape culture is a real thing. We all know this. So I'm gonna go off and do that right now real quick. Be right back. So we're gonna make a portrait of the Trigglypuff. Yes, the new face of feminism, Trigglypuff. So we're gonna start by sketching it out, of course. We have to, emphasize on those big choppers that she has, because the Trigglypuff, when she sings, it's like the voice of 1,000 angels. Oh, yes. Oh, what sweet music she makes. And then you gotta swirl that curl. Swirl that curl. Swirl that fucking goddamn curl. Now we're gonna move on to those KFC-like chicken wing arms. Yeah, KFC, greasy, deadly goodness.
Chicken tonight, everybody will be eating all the chicken tonight. Everybody will be eating all the chicken tonight.
So to color this in, I'm using Prismacolor markers. Prismacolor markers are very expensive. They're about $4 a pop. If you can't afford them, then you're just fucked. I can't help you. Just use crayons or something if you want to make your own Trigglypuff. When I was done walking the streets and beating every woman that I see, because the X-Men Apocalypse Now poster told me to, I took this over to Photoshop and gave it a nice little background to make it a little
Oh yeah, I
more
forgot about
iconic.
that bullshit.
Nope. There you have it. Yes.
These websites that
Perfect.
solely exist to
Perfect
just
Trigglypuff.
pick and
Every feminist should take this and put
find
it up on
something
their
to be
walls
outraged
outside
about.
their houses so that everyone can know what kind of people that they really are. So I hope you like this. Like, comment, subscribe, share it with all your friends and family, especially some femtar that you know of. So until next time, I'm Crafty Andy. Good night. Oh yes.
Cave in the back here.
Let's go do some art. All right, take 2 and 3.
Let's go do some art.
Yep. You heard me.
Don't do some dark.
Don't do that, I ain't fucking drunk. Where's that fucking alcohol?
Last time on CraftyArts Z.
Hello everybody, Crafty Andy here, and I want to get started with whoa!
I have come to destroy you.
Yes, the new apartment.
You! I knew this day would come.
It is I, Weeabuku, and I am ready to do it all the way.
Then let's do it all the way.
Has the background adjusted itself?
Oh no, Mini-Me! They set us up the bomb!
Whatever will we do?
We're just gonna have to shift it into turbo in order to beat this motherfucker.
Hey, Mr. McFeely, what do you got for me?
Oh! I shall fill the bottle with hipster elixir to ruin Crafty Andy and his show. Because reasons.
Got a package in the mail. Wonder who it's from. Oh!
Hello everybody, Crafty Andy here, and this is CraftyArts where I art. Now today we're going to be doing a tribute to a well-known character who's been around with us for years. First, I want to go over this package I got in the mail. It came with this letter here too. Let's read this.
Dear Crafty Andy, I just wanted to say that you...
Ah, fuck that. Alright, well this is package, this bottle of something. It's Hypster Elixir? I don't know, must be French or some shit. Let's fucking drink this. Who the fuck's bothering me now? Hello? Hello?
Hey, it's Sai, your #1 fan.
Oh, Sai. Well, hope you're not angry about what happened earlier. Hold on, wait, I'm getting another phone call here. Hello?
Today's briefing is of the utmost importance.
I'll be the decider of that, motherfucker.
I'll be telling you all about the Ford Focus SE.
Ford Focuses eat cocks and shit dicks.
You should know, the Ford Focus SE comes with a standard rear-view camera.
And, you should know that I'm going to take that Ford Focus and I'm going to shove it down your throat. But you better save some room for my fist when I put it in your stomach and break your spine! Okay, let's get back to Siler here. Oh, alright, Siler. How's it going, Siler? Yeah, I'm sorry about what happened earlier.
Nah, of course not. Did you get the package yet?
Oh yeah, I got the package.
You're in for it now.
I haven't exactly drank it yet.
What do you mean you didn't drink it yet?
What do you mean? What am I in for?
Oh, he didn't drink it.
Sai? What is this?
It's a special medicine for you. Special herbal medicine. Yeah, special herb medicine. Do lots of wonders for you.
Oh, okay. I guess that'll be fine.
Oh, hey, I was also wondering
bye.
if you...
Ah, okay, now let's drink this shit up. Well, set that down there. Huh. You know, it's not so bad once you get past it. Oh God, what's happening to me?
Super cringe.
Father! Father! The sleeper has awakened! I am your host now, and you may all call me Bob. Today we're making an original character of mine. Yes, he's totally original, totally unique, totally made up. He's part of a species I made up called the Lombats. Not the Lombax, Lombats. Totally unique, totally original, closed species. You know what that means? That means only I can draw that species, because I made it up. I own the trademark. I own the copyright. If you draw him, then you're a fucking thief, and I will sue you until you're dead. Encyclopedia Dramatica on you, bitch. I'm edgy. I post on 4chan every day. Is 4chan still relevant? Okay. So we're just going to sketch this out here and plot it out and move on to the drawing phase of this. You know, we're going to ink it out on the computer here. I'm going to speed it up quite a bit because there's a lot of people who take others' techniques. That's right. I don't want anyone else taking my technique and using it for themselves. If you do that without giving credit for me, for something you learned from watching my videos, if you don't give it credit to me, then you're a technique thief. You should be ashamed of yourself. Go to your fucking mother and beg her to spank you. But anyways, we're just inking this drawing up here, and it's looking pretty lovely so far. He's a totally original character of mine. Totally original. Nothing else like it. Nothing else like it out there. Now, as this is coming together, let's take a look at some other people's artwork, shall we? Huh?
It's time for the Crafty Art Critique.
For starters, on today's art critique, we have Andrew the Hedgehog. Nice use of the watermark there. Wouldn't want anyone to steal this baby. So cool with that don't give a fuck look. Fingerless gloves and Levi jeans. Black hair means completely void of color, right? Just lose yourself into that hair. Yeah. Next we have, oh God. What have you done? What have you done? What's wrong with the world? Why is this here? Why does this exist? Why do I exist?
Such a tragedy.
Next we have Terry the Hedgehog.
Obese Sonic art.
Yeah, so badass with that gaping wound on his chest. Might want to get that checked out. Don't want to get the gangrene. Can tell it was all done in one layer too. Great job. The amount of red really gives me an eyesore. But that was your plan, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Next we have this piece of skin art. Someone said one day, I'm going to permanently tattoo Baby Sonic in pants by Shadow the Hedgehog. Because why not? Bet they can't wait to show that to the grandkids. Hey kiddies, check this out. And that's when the parents got a restraining order. Finally, this one is called Chris the Hedgehog, and oh, nope, not doing it. I'm done, forget it, just stop. Stop it now, stop it. Oh yeah, I also want to let everyone know that my drawing is not open for critique. Okay, that means I don't want to hear any advice or pointers on how I can draw better. I already know I'm fucking fantastic. I already know how to draw. I don't need any suggestions or help or any of the sort, okay? Keep your critiques to yourself. I don't need them. I don't need them. Anyways, so we're getting to the color phase of this drawing, and it's looking pretty great. It's looking really great there, man. Look at that drawing. Look at that drawing right up there, huh? Look at that. Look at that. Isn't it great? Fantastic. I don't think there's any characters like that out there. My character, my original character. And this pose that he's doing right now, just want to let you know, that's my character's pose. I don't want to see any of you people drawing your own unique characters and putting them in that pose. I own that fucking pose. That's his signature pose. Pose. Don't do it. Just don't. Mine. All mine. Oh, almost forgot. You know, there's a lot of people that'll take a drawing like this and use it for something like their Facebook avatar, which is just fucking thievery. Just plain old thievery. It gets me real boiled. We better watermark the hell out of this drawing. Boop. That's a lot better. Good luck tracing that, huh? Ha. You hear that alarm? That means someone took my drawing and used it in Second Life in one of their fucking rooms. We better go out there and take it down or threaten them with fucking lawsuits that'll never happen. I mean, we're talking like millions upon millions of dollars of damage here. Take that shit down. Yeah, if you take a person's drawing, you take my drawing, you recolor it or some shit like that because you can't draw yourself, then you're just fucking tracing, and that's evil. You're a bastard. You're an evil disgrace. It's what you are. That's it.
Could have done this so much
You're
better.
paying me money for the drawings I make. In fact, when I get enough Patreon donors, I'm going to go to Cedar Point. Come on, everybody, at least give me like $1 so I can go off to Cedar Point for a season pass. Wouldn't that be fantastic for everybody? And another thing too, if you're using ad blocker to watch this video, then that just makes you a fucking thief as well. You should be giving me like donations for watching this video without the ads. Like $5 or $1 or something. And besides, I'm trying to reach my goal of getting a Cedar Point season pass for me and all my friends and family. Come on, everybody, at least send your money. Send your money to me. Send your money to me, but let's make this goal happen. I'll check on this later. I managed to come up with a name for this OC character. That is Wrench. Yeah, I think that suits him just fine, especially with that sword. A friend also suggested that he needs a sidekick, so I came up with one. I'm going to call him Clink. He's going to be a cool sidekick, though. Going to give him some sneakers. They're untied, and they light up, too. Awesome.
I think I could have done a better OC
I'm gonna
character,
go off and,
maybe.
Post it on DeviantArt and watch it grow.
Okay, let's upload this bastard.
See what kind of feedback I get. There we go. Put a nice title to it. Add some tags. Fuck Konami. Trump wins. Hillary Skank. And done. Now we play the waiting game. I got a comment. Oh yeah, you think that's funny? I'll show you.
No contention against slurs. How it should be, though.
Whole family. There. Eat that, you piece of shit. Well, now that we got that out of the way, let's go surf the web a little bit. See if there's any other art to critique. What? I don't believe this! This character looks like mine! Drama! Guys, this is serious. I want all drawings and all pictures of things that look like my character off the internet. I'll send in police, I'll send in FBI, I'll send in anything within my power. Oh no, no, the elixir, it's wearing off. No, I need more time. Just give me more time.
Yeah, After Effects, some Doctor Who shit. Could at least change my shirt for the transformation.
What the fuck happened? Oh my god. Man, that drink hit me harder than I thought. Hey. Oh, look at this. Huh.
This look did not last long.
I think I'll wear that.
Not fit me as well as
where it came
what
from.
I currently like to do.
I don't care. Hey. Look at that.
I'm like, repeat looking.
Man. I'm taking this. Yeah, I look good. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. But for some reason I'm tired. I hope that was a great episode that I filmed. I don't really remember it. Oh well. Crafty Andy. See you next time. I'm going to go off and
play some video games. Oh, what a day. Alright. Let's play some fucking video games. Wow. Look at all these Steam games I have yet to even touch. I guess we go play some Star Fox instead. This has nothing to do with the next episode, by the way. Get on some internet, watch some YouTube.
The Bible man's coming, so you better stick around. A brand new episode is coming to you.
Say, I was watching Friends, and not a single Puerto Rican on Friends. Can you believe it?
Oh, he's getting frisky.
Watch out for that spaceship. Set course to planet Earth.
Sure. Waterworld on Virtual Boy.
It looks like shit.
It does look like shit.
To anyone who likes Suicide Squad, can you please tell me why you like it? Cheers.
Wow, look at this cool webpage. Ooh, look at that one. Mom, I'm working on a video.
Why am I in a Starfleet uniform?
All these YouTube channels and there's nothing good to watch. But it sure is easy browsing around with my new Razer keyboard and mouse. It has buttons. And the mouse, it tracks on the pad. It even recharges. Pick one up today at your local Micro Center.
Loads of money.
Well, we are taking you to Andros.
Andros? Are you... Oh, jeez.
Somehow,
Wait. Go back to that one.
If I were to guess, it isn't likely.
I know what to do now. But first... Yeah. Alright, where's that sketch?
Ready for me to moist your cushion?
Yeah, let's find this thing. The hell? All these sketchbooks. The hell's this? Inspired evidence. Oh yeah. I'll get to you. I never did. Of course. It's not where it's supposed to be. Is it over here? No.
Oh yeah. Oh, let me get this. Oh, let me grab. Where's the toy? Where's the toy? Oh yeah. God. Oh God. Oh yeah. All right, take it.
Is it in here?
God, you take it so good.
Nope. Is it in here? Nope. How about here? Huh. That's not what I was expecting to find, but not what I'm looking for. How about here?
I'm gonna encrust your casing.
Aha!
Yeah. It just feels so good. Oh, it's so soft.
Found it! Hello everybody, Crafty Andy here, and this is CraftyArts by Art. Now, I for one have a lot of sentimental value for the things that have been given to me over the years. Like this Full Metal Alchemist set, Hero Clicks, this sketch pad, this green screen, this tripod, this camera, this Raphael Tiki shot glass, this poster, this brain tumor. The cure to my brain tumor given to me by Cthulhu after sacrificing a dump truck full of fetuses stolen from Texas. You know, because Texas has the highest repeat teen pregnancy rate. Now this would also include this sketch that was given to me. I don't know if you can make that out yet. In fact, let's Let's fix the focus. Oh, no, don't.
This stuffed lemur, this stuffed lemur, this paper lemur, this pipe cleaner lemur, this stuffed Robin Hood, this stuffed lemur, this tablet, this computer monitor, this game given to me. In fact, I think I'll open it right now. Inside there. What? This isn't the game that was supposed to be in there? You lied to me. You lied to me. This hard drive bay, this computer, this microphone, this box full of naughty gifts. In fact, let's see what we have in there now. Oh my.
There it is. See the sketch that was given to me? It's pretty nice. This sketch was given to me by an artist known as Vent. You can find her right here. Now this sketch is in tribute to a wonderful film called Mega Piranha. It's about toxic waste making the fish grow to ginormous sizes over time as it takes effect. It's very deep shit, especially with action scenes like this. Those kicks. So I decided to take the sketch on, we're gonna throw it to. With this, we're gonna color it up, give it a nice background, put another character in there. For some reason, she decided to draw Michael Ringtail riding a giant piranha, even though I was the one there at the movie that night, hanging out with friends and stuff. But whatever, I just have to accept the fact that animal characters are more popular than me, apparently.
I did the majority of the line work here in Adobe Illustrator. Even with my tablet, drawing lines in Photoshop can lead them to be looking pretty jaggy. Good line work follows these rules. Thinner lines in the background and thicker in the foreground. When points meet, you want to thicken those ends up. If it's all the same width, it ends up looking like spaghetti. What the hell was that?
So I could just imagine Vent sitting there by the ocean.
How many of you like the ocean? Show of hands.
When all of a sudden, oh noza, a big mega piranha comes out. Then she has to run away. So we're gonna give her a little fishing pole. Draw that up there a little bit.
Well, how many of you like fishing? That's right, nobody. Because fishing is boring.
We're gonna have to give this quite a big background because there's a huge scene in the movie where they start laying siege on the city. We'll get to that in a minute.
For the background, I wanted to keep things simple. There is not much detail that needs to be here, as the focus should be on the characters, sharing this wonderful moment of a lemur and fennec riding a piranha to Vent's doom. However, got to fit the situation to the scenery. Going to draw a busted up pier and gotta get that burning city in the distance.
And while we're doing that, you know what time it is?
It's time for the Crafty Art Critique.
Before I reveal this one, there needs to be a little context. So this was for a convention that no longer exists. And there was going to be a drawing for some t-shirts. Now here's the one that I made. Beautiful, isn't it? Though the text could use some work, I guess, and there's some kind of weird shit going on with his arms. Now, I was not even assigned to this position to make the t-shirt designs. So let's take a look at what they made. What the flying fuck? Alright, the white lines and dots would make any t-shirt printer lose his shit. It's got a bunch of different color pixels all over the place, and they drew up letters? You drew up the letters. You couldn't just type it out and warp it around? Was this done with a mouse? And that 2012 blending into the sand is a nice touch. God fucking damn it. What a fucking mess. What's with this piss stain in the corner? Is that a sun? Immediately.
Man, I was pretty critical on this.
I lost it, and
there's some artists that get all butthurt about being critiqued.
I can't believe nearly half a dozen people looked at this and said, yep, that's okay. Yeah, we'll roll with that. Though in hindsight, I guess it would be kind of hilarious to see a bunch of these things on t-shirts printed up.
Bro, you can tell me, yeah, it's one mess.
Oh, I would take mine and just burn it, and just throw
Alright.
it out there.
Thanks for people who came by, visit. I am calling it for now. I'm going to work on some other projects. I got some errands to run, so I'm not just going to have it sit here for like a half hour before I come back.
Granted, at least the lines are solid and the colors filled in, but that dragon looks
Good night.